Connection successful. Hey, it's coming back. It's coming back all on its own. All right. I was a good live streamer. I did the good thing. As soon as it told me that we had disconnected, as soon as the internet went down temporarily there, I hit pause. Mid, oh my god, it's so cool moment. Hey, we're coming back. Hey, we're back up. Wisdom. There we go. Masagu jibun no kotoba wa meganai. Sore ga watashi no nindo dakara. Yeah, that's a quote. So yes, I did the good thing. I'm a good streamer. I paused right as the badge. Fuck off. Fuck off with, oh, that's Discord. Fuck off, Discord. We don't care. All right. Just as we were coming in to make this final connection, RCS off. RCS off, SAS off, good. So we've made the connection, and we've got the electric charge. Hibernation is off, hibernate and warp. Electric charge, way bigger now that we've attached to him. He had a lot of electric on him. Electricity no longer an issue, I won't worry about it. We have made that connection. Nice rendezvous. Are you excited for KSP 2? We've been talking about it a lot here, and, no. No. Because I won't get my hopes up, you know? I have just very generic sort of, I hope that it becomes a thing, and I hope that it's good. But having seen Kerbal Space Program and the DLC packages and things, not getting my hopes up. Pawn did what is called a pro streamer move. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. So now what's your target? Your target is the space station we need to move back to. We were at our closest somewheres else. No, we will be at our closest up here. 5.8 kilometers. Okay, and then after that, we will be 11.3. Alright. Alright, I can do that. So go ahead and we'll F5 from here and warp me around to this side of things. And then we're a bit before being our closest to the space station, which is above us, below us. Next, quit it, game. When I drag, actually do the thing. Is that the target? That's the ovum. That's where we're headed. So what we want to do is get our prograde on the target, which I guess I'm going to do here. Start pushing hard. It's going to be slowing me down. But what are you going to do? I got to pull the prograde over to the target prograde. There we go. And, yeah, for more efficacy of pulling the prograde as opposed to creating speed, more turning than going at it, I'll burn over there with a bit of H. But I do want to be adding a little more speed from 5 kilometers out. It's going to take a while. There's going to be a lot of drift if I don't put some more speed on there. And we've got the monoprop to burn. So, although we are running low on the station, I really want to get to the point where I've you know, started to build a fuel refinery. I looked at that. The fuel refinery parts become available at the 550 tier of science or whatever, which means that we have to upgrade the R&D facility before we'll be able to buy anything that can make fuel. And that costs, I think, 1.6 million Kerbucks. It is a big investment just to unlock those parts. Just to unlock the ability to then, if we've got enough science, buy those parts. So it actually feels like good. It feels, this is the first time being this late into Kerbal Space Program. It's the first time in playing a career mode play that I feel like it's actually kind of well balanced. That to get to those higher things, you need the money, and then you need the science and stuff. It's starting to feel good. The early game, they just rush through it way too fast. They give you too much too quickly. They don't take opportunities to teach people about the parts by mating them out alongside missions that make sense, and then the missions sometimes have a purpose and sometimes are just randomly. But it's actually starting to feel like a place in the game where I feel comfortable. And this is normal mode. We're not playing hardcore mode anymore. So the late game of hardcore mode, at least right now, my, you know, personal opinion is that it feels better balanced in terms of the money and the science that you have to come up with. Hello, Pika Pop. Good evening. Did you see Factorio got updated to 1.0? Like 89. I heard it. I heard about it from Nerdcubed. You know, I watched Dan Hardcastle, and he mentioned it as offhand during a live stream. For fuel refinery, always keep it on the planet and just transfer the fuel off the planet. It costs too much Delta V to haul the ore off and refine it elsewhere. So keep the fuel, transfer the fuel off the planet, don't move ore. Got it. I've got a plan for that too, and I want to talk about it, but first we got to finish this mission. Some portion of this mission, which is, we're almost there. We just got to get ourselves home. So F5 from here, I'll go ahead and start warping now that I'm done, you know, jawing at the mouth, which is where I do most of my jawing, really. Few other places on my physical body that I do like to jaw. Very rare to find me jawing at any other place. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but the mouth is one of my preferred organs to use for jawing. Go ahead and push that up and more on the direction of where we want to go. Could actually just be straight at this. We've got a lot more weight that we're carrying right now. So it's taking more RCS to get everything done. And we're coming in pretty hot. 20 meters per second. From just a kilometer out. F5 me. RCS off. Get us dead on the prograde. RCS on, F5 again. You know what sucks? I'll come back to you in a second, because what would suck would be slamming into the space. We got lots of time. What do you have to say? Stuff money can't buy. I can't play the flight simulator because it needs an updated version of Windows. My PCs the past 10 years have all been allergic to Windows updates. All computers have been allergic to Windows updates for quite a while, I would say. Just slow down as we come in. I think we're actually headed, like, toward the right side of the space station, even. We want to be toward the top of what we're seeing right now. That's where our docking ports are. Yeah, it's costing a lot more monoprop to get this done. Let's turn RCS off, hold prograde, RCS on, and then just come to a stop. Or nearly a stop. Now... Alright, do the thing, Pawn. Go ahead and put me into locked mode. I was just like, that's a lot of effort to actually do in order to, like, make this happen. Do you really want to do that? RCS. Am I looking at this wrong? I think you're looking at this wrong. So it's, N. Yeah, this is the control from angle right now. And yeah, this is good. We're sort of stopped, still drifting toward it a bit. Let's go over here, over here. What I need to do is I need to detach these two guys. I need to make sure that this craft has enough monoprop in it to finish off the maneuvers so it can attach. They both need to park. Each of them only has the one docking port. So each of them needs to park separately from the other. RCS off. Let's twist. We're in locked camera mode. So we'll get, you know, it's relevant to the orientation of the space station. You keep buffering. Am I buffering for you? Am I buffering for anybody else? Because we're looking good on my end. Dropped frames is 0.0%. Total of 0 dropped frames. Like so. That's very good. Yeah, just hold that, and then we're going to detach. Now, I would love to just leave him with the... Oh, he's got 0 monoprop now. Yeah, I wouldn't love to something in the other. So let's F5 from here and set up a fuel transfer. I want to transfer evenly. So I'm going to put all of the balls, all my balls, up, along with my yellow guys. And then I'm going to grab the one ball that I actually want to transfer to. Shit. Is that you? Yeah, that's you. And I'm going to say in. Fuck. After all that work. F5, F9. It's just the game fuel transfer is glitchy. And doesn't work, and then you have to do... And this is just the base game. This is just... Yep. Basic fucking fuel transfer. Alright, so instead, let's transfer fuel from just the yellow guys. If we transfer that evenly, then it will be even to there, and then in. There we go. Now it's transferring. And yeah, we'll fill him up. We'll just fill him up. Windows Update installs Skype now? You know what, like, everybody has to do? If you install Windows ever again in your life, whenever you install Windows, make sure that you're installing the, like, EU version or the British version or something, because there's no difference in its functionality except for the laws in Europe mean that they can't embed their own shit into the software to sell it, or at least it used to. And I've never done it before, I've never installed it that way, but I've always been like, that's what I need to do, so I don't end up with all their fucking advertising and their extra, oh, we gave you this, that, and the other thing that just gets in the way and it's not the software that you want. Things may have changed, maybe that's not a good idea nowadays, but that's what I was operating on the supposition for quite a while. Alright, so, we're in this position, we've transferred over some fuel, we're going to undock, and now we're in control of this fella, and he's the harder one. I'm going to park him up, he's ready to go. So you set this as your target, make sure we're in locked mode, make sure we're controlling from there, and we've got our camera aimed at there, and we've clicked control from there several times, because sometimes it just doesn't fucking work. Oh, Jesus, turn the RCS off, didn't realize you were on. And, yeah. Let's get pointed generally at the station. Something like this, something like that. Good. In fact, you can go back to fine controls if you don't mind. Something like this. And then RCS on. Push us over, push us in. We want to go past it so that we can line up. That's why my prograde is to the left of the target circle. The pink circle is the target. For anyone who's, what the hell is Kerbal Space Program? Okay, we're now headed straight for it. I'm going to try and come to most of a stop so that I can then get closer and try and see this. It's not really necessary. The magnetism will figure itself out, because these are magnetic. They will pull to one another. But it makes me feel more important when I do it this way. H. Perfect. RCS off. And we have a connection. We've got, we've returned our scientist. The last little thing is just to park up Spermy. Spermy's a fair bit easier to park up, because he's built for it. So, again, give me locked mode. Okay, now we know what the dorsals and ansels are. And then you, control from here, aim the camera up there, and set a target. Target's gonna be this docking port. And, just 25 monoprop remaining. Let's come in hot and fast and just slam this guy in. You know what I'm talking about? Just slam that guy in there, you know? Mm-hmm. Oh, are you still? This is fine controls mode, Pawn. Spermy is just a very quick moving, flexible little craft, isn't he? That's the wrong button you just pressed. We meant to do that. Okay. Like that. And then we'll turn spermy. Without RCS. Whoa! What's that? What's happening? Okay. Did you? Okay. I didn't realize that he was getting magnetized and pulled in. I thought I was being bumped from behind. I'm like, it's space. What's behind me? Shit, is there a Toyota back there? Who parked up? I didn't realize the magnets were... I didn't think I was close enough for the magnets to get that, but they did. All right, that is the entire mission complete, everybody. We did all of the things that we wanted to do. The 2 missions that we have completed aren't even registered here anymore because it's been so long since we did them. Is this the part where you start doing space station expansion? It is. It is, but first we deal with all the science that we pulled back. So it's all still stored in here. Let's review the stored data and find out what we can do in terms of all of the things and stuff. So if I put this into the lab, this EVA report, it'll end up being worth 150 science 63 days from now. You know what I'd like to do before the 63-day thing? Will I still be able to do this? I think I'll still be able to do this. I want... Hang on, because I'm going to transfer the crew. I'm going to transfer you over to here. Okay. It's just the sound of her, like, moving through the craft, crawling through, and then she goes over here and then over there. Now she's in there. Excellent. So now when I click on you, this data's still there, but there's no crew aboard. Click on you, transfer crew. They're both in there. Now the information, it'll tell me how long it's actually going to take with 2 scientists in there. Transfer you Kerbal first, says Ramesh. Review the stored data. Now, when we put this in here, it will take 34 days of time to turn that 30 data into 150 science. Shall we do it? Alright, I gotta go now. Have a fun rest of the stream, everyone. Thanks for coming out, Woovrin. Check me out on the VOD because we're going to expand the space station in the last half of this live stream after the upcoming live stream break. What a lazy naming convention. SDSAS1, Pawn. That's an individual from chat who won a contest. So I'm going to do it. Turn you into that. The EVA report is just transmittable. It says it would be fine for 100%. How we doing on electric charge on the station right now? Go ahead. Go ahead. Transmit it. So, starting the transmission. Uploading data. Done. We've got that science back home. Do you have another scientist at the station to make 3? Can it hold 3? I thought this was limited to having 2 people in it. I don't, either. I don't have another scientist at the station for 3. Surface sample from the moon's midlands. We cannot put that in there, I guess because we already got a surface sample in it. Alright, well, we'll just hang on to it for now. Mystery goo observation won't go in there. Atmospheric pressure scan won't go in. Or have we maxed out how much we can have? Data, 740 of 750. We have maxed out how much data we can store. Okay. So that's the issue. Is that we need to do a second wave of putting stuff in. This EVA report, though, is worth what it's worth, whether we take it or transmit it. I prefer Pi. I think you are maxing. You prefer Pi? Nobody likes a guy called Pi. Pi? Have you got a lover? 32 science. Go ahead. Send it in. And then everything else we'll just hold on to, and then we'll put it in when it's time to put it in, when we've got room for more sciencing to be done, I suppose. 80 science on that, keep the experiment. 32 of 32, an EVA report from the moon's northwest crater, we'll go ahead and send that back. Okay, and then hang on to this, hang on to the mystery goo, hang on to the pressure scan, hang on to the temperature scan, hang on to the seismic scan. Moon crater scan, worth nothing, never, or ever, but we'll hang on to it. EVA report from the moon's northwest crater. Ooh, it's suddenly worth something. Why can I put that in? 740 data to 750. This is worth 30 data. Why would you let me put that in? 0, 0, but it says plus 150, and it says I'll get a... That's a bug. That's a bug, right? Data size 8 MITs, so the 8 is less than... Okay. So when it says 30 data equals 150 science, and then over here it says 8, what's the 30 for? Why do we have two different measurements of how the size of data is? Anybody got any ideas? Go ahead and put that in then. It didn't. Cannot analyze data as the lab is full. So it's not 8 MITs, it is 30. So what's the 8 MITs? That's a transmission rate number or something. I don't fucking get it. That's all of our science, and we transmitted it some of it home. We completed some, missions. So when we go back to the Space Center, which we're going to do now, we should have more money waiting for us, and more science. And we had enough science after the last live stream that we were able to buy a 160 tier, but not a 320. And now we could buy a 320 tier from the science that we just transmitted back. Excellent. Up to 1.4 million Kerbucks also. From running that mission. From completing those 2 experiments. Beautiful. Brilliant. Brilliant and beautiful and brilliant. Go over to Mission Control just to see in the archives. It doesn't sort them by anything. Does it? Doesn't sort them by... It was a simple scan with a rover arm of Moonstone, and that paid us in total like 60k, a little bit over 60k, huh? And then there was the other one that was do a simple scan. Must have gone past it. Oh, it's right there. So they are sorted. They're sorted by alphabetically. That's a good idea. Another 60k or so, I guess. Yeah. Wasn't a big income, but for all the science that we're gonna get out of that, when that data finally turns into all the science that we've been promised, it's gonna be fucking huge. Huge. But, I don't want to rush it or anything. I want to keep running missions. So I don't have to quick save from here. We're fine. We're gonna take a live stream break. When we come back, I'm gonna show you 2 things. So stay with me, because I'm going to show you, one, the expansion that I've already designed for the Space Center, and there's an Easter egg in there. There's something particularly special that I think you're going to like that's going to look really cool once it's in place. And 2, I'm going to show you a craft that I just in spare time yesterday, because I wanted to, designed with the idea of making it our Minmus version of the Moon Camper. It's not a camper. It's not meant to look like a camper or anything, but it would be doing the same job, except for it be doing it better because it is designed to have a Science Junior on it. And you want to see this because it does not look like your usual spaceship. So stay tuned as we go to the 7-minute break. Go grab a snack and a pee and a beer. I think I'll bring back a beer this time. So join me if you want to get drunk. You can always take Reputation for science. Why would it? My reputation is great. Everybody loves me. I always revert time when someone dies. Stay with me across this 7-minute break if you want to see some cool-ass shit that I'm very proud of. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Ball. 20 seconds early. Does that count? Does that balance out the being late on the first one? Okay, shut up. Welcome back. Kerbal Space Program, that's what we're doing today. We just completed 2 missions to do things on the moon while also bringing back so much friggin' science that we couldn't even stick it in the research lab. It's going to turn into thousands of science, and maybe at the end of today's stream I go ahead and roll time forward in order to collect some of that science and load it up so that the title can make... I titled this live stream Thousands of Science, then we could get thousands of science at the end, maybe. But for now, what were you guys doing during the live stream break? I got a beer. Join me. Or, grab a soda. I had some soda earlier. I had precisely the amount of soda that any human being should drink in a day, which was not 0, surprisingly. It was about that much. No more soda than that, unless you want to. That's after that, you just got to switch to beer. You got to take the edge. That's a lot. I'm gonna switch to something safer. It's pop. You know what? It is pop here too. It's pop East Coast, and I like the term soda more. I just like soda, or sody pop. Sody pop is nice. What were you guys? I feel like I'm being sold something. This isn't your normal RV. I pitched as we were going to live stream break. Stick with me because I've got a craft that I made for Minmus that I said is not an RV. It's not designed to be an RV, but it does the job of the RV that we've built for the moon on Minmus. The goal is the idea. Will it do the job? We'll have to get to the point where we're going to Minmus first. So let's get done with the moon. Maybe we're done with the moon as of right now. Except for what we're about to do, which is upgrading our moon base, because we have a mission to expand it. We'll do all the things. We'll review them, during a live stream. You've been here for 3 hours. People have shown up. We'll look back over them. Expand station, the ovum around the moon. What it wants me to do that I don't already have up there is make sure that it can have at least 16 Kerbals in it. Yeah, it's a piece of cat hair on the laser. That's what that is. Mouse bouncing around. Several pieces of cat hair. 16 Kerbals, and then bring an extra cupola module, an extra viewing station, which we talked about. They should say that differently, but they didn't. Remember, from Minmus, you can actually take off with RCS. That's true. That's.
When I took his glass of champagne and I toasted, you said, honey, we may be through, but you'll never hear me complain, cause I've got friends in low places where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases my blues away, and it'll be okay. I'm not big on social graces, think he'll slip on down to the oasis. Oh, I've got friends in low places.
Oh, I got friends in low places where the whiskey flows and the beer chases my blues away, and I'll be okay. Bow, bow, bow. I got friends. All right. TTS had a fun time with that one, didn't it? Groggles, thank you, Dramacian, for the cheer and the song. Groggles, from Minmus, you can actually take off with RCS, but I presume that monoprop is never as efficient as LFO. So we'll get to it. But that's what we're about to set up for and do, and I've already designed the addition to the station on top of the station that we had already built as the model in the VAB that then we had to send up in many stages that took multiple live streams to do in order to construct it. But the orbital base, Mark III, is what we have up there now, I believe. Yes, this is what we've got up there now with several craft parked at it, including Spermy. When his tail isn't out, that's what he looks like. But that's the base that we've already, assembled up there, put it all up, cost me 250,000 Kerbucks to launch all of the things that needed to be launched to get it up there. We made 250. We broke even or lost money but we need to upgrade it. This is the upgraded space station. See if you can notice the difference. Spin it back around the way that I like to look at it. So this is what the upgraded station will look like once we, build the ship. We're going to have to build the ship to launch the stuff. I haven't done that. I just designed what we're going to take up there and how it's going to connect and how it's going to look and what the functionality of it will be. We are no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do... Commitment's what I'm dreaming of. I shouldn't do that. You have to pay me $100 or else I don't sing. Or I mean 100 bits. No, $100. Let's go... Drive straight for all the monetary. $100 for the next. Kerbucks will do. But so this is the addition to the space station, and it's all happening on this side of things. Now, the one oversight in this station, I think, I haven't checked. Maybe I did it on the one that's up there, but at least in the design, the one glaring oversight is that I don't have a docking port on here. Maybe I put it on while we were building it, and it's up there, but I don't think it is. I don't believe it is. I had that RCS there. If I would have put something there, then we could have built off down in that direction a bit more. That's my one big oversight. We were never going to put a docking, port up here, because this is the viewing thing. All of our docking ports came off of the sides, so there we lie. It wanted me to put up another cupola module, and my number one thing with the cupola module was, but it's a viewing platform, and if I can't put it on the bottom there because I don't have a place to attach it, then where would I put it? How would I use it? What would the purpose of a viewing module be if I didn't have it, actually looking out at space? So what would the purpose be? Maybe replace the science section with a new one. Like, break it up. This whole core, though, is, it's one thing. I would have to replace all of that, detach everything from it, and bring up... No. No, what are you... You're crazy. You're crazy, man. Claw with an open fairing. Could do that. Could claw one on. It would count, but didn't want to, I want this to be somewhat moderately, kind of almost realistic in terms of being able to move Kerbals around inside, even though I can transfer across a claw. Because I got a mod installed that I think just transfers wherever you want people, it'll just transfer them. And makes kooky sounds as you do. But so that was the issue that I was contending with, was the idea of what do I do with that cupola module? The hitchhiker storage container is 4 Kerbals, this is 5, and when we've got the moon... What do I call it? The moon camper, our little RV, our little recreational vehicle parked up, that's 2 more, so that gets us all the 16 that we need. These 5 plus those 2 on what we already had, 7 plus 9, 16 spots for Kerbals to be. But how would I use this? Friends, let me show you how I decided to use this. I might have to go further to the left, because the cupola module has a window in it. Can I pull you over here? This is hard to do, to zoom in through things. This should do. Should it do? A little bit more to the... Damn it. More over there. A little bit more over there. There we go. Now we zoom in, and then we push in the final gap with the... Fuck. God damn it. It's very hard to do. Put you over here. So this was, part of my big, long design that it took me all this time. There we go. Now we'll just slide into the cupola module, and then look forward through the window. And ladies and gentlemen, I have built an interior to our space station. I have customized an interior that the cupola module's window should look into. We have used a open bottom tube, just a structural tube, that attaches to the cupola module, which turns the cupola module's glass viewing station into an airlock, in my mind. And this is the final airlock that puts you out into the side of the station that is for docking and everything like that. And from the inside of the cupola module, you should be looking into this hallway that has a solar panel for a floor. It's just greebled up with barometers and seismic scanners and thermometers and a Ronin pawn flag, and then a couple of nose cones just here and there to make it look neat. And then it's got It's just greebled, basically. But I created an interior just for the fuck of it. Can't help but think the idea is great, but the execution is underwhelming. Well, fuck off, then. Try and make an interior in a tube, Jim. It ain't easy, and it's always going to look a little bit naff. But I also wedged a light in here, which without the light, it's like that. With the light, and Jim, you'll like this, I gave this light specifically red interior light as opposed to the cold blue that I do on the exterior, usually. But so there's this little, like, Easter egg that's built in here. Importantly, though, for the functionality of this, we did want some extra things on the space station that we didn't have, and since they're asking us to upgrade it, good, because one of the things that I wanted to have was one of these little experiment storage units so that I can grab all of the science that's on the ship wherever it is and pull it to one place, because it's been very inconvenient when you got multiple craft and multiple crewmen moving around, and you're like, where the fuck's the science now? And I gotta click on everything that can store a Kerbal to find out where it is.
Interior looks good.
See, Jim? And by the way, I got friends in... No. Thank you, Snooze Snoo. And Light Guy thinks it's awesome, too. The model for the sign is like a whole 4 triangles? Yes, 4 triangles of 3D modeling for the little poster that actually has its own, unless they fixed it in 1.10, had its own aerodynamics. The 1.10.1, rather, had its own aerodynamics, and by putting a flag on your vessel, you just might make every vessel that's got one on it topple. I wonder if they noticed that and fixed it in the 1.10.1, or if they don't watch my live streams because I insult them so regularly. Could have broke either way. But this is something that I wanted on there in order to be able to grab the science and pull it there. Another thing that I thought, well, as long as I'm putting things on, might as well have a drain valve for being able to drain fuel off. And because I don't have one anywhere else, this is a very convenient place to know that it's always going to be. You might think that wouldn't that make more sense to have over by the fuel field? To which I say the fuel field is already there, so fuck you. But more so, no. Because all the ships park up over here, so you would have fuel pipelines running all the way across. If you wanted to drain fuel into space, it makes just as much sense to drain it from where the ships park up as it does anywhere else. Lady Pawn just bounding through the house. I want to make sure it was her and not somebody who I would have to, you know, knife in the throat. I'm prepared. I live in Detroit. I live stream from 6 Mile, motherfuckers. This is just line of defense number 1. This is line of defense number 9 with all the turrets, auto-tracking things I've got set up on the lawn. Think of it as an emergency transfer breaker rather than a drain. Okay, sure, but just having it in a convenient place if we did want to drain fuel, which we almost certainly never will, but, you know, why not throw one on? The big problem that we have with the station, though, as it sits up there right now, as it sits there today, is we ran out of, like, docking ports. You know, we are full. We ended up putting, Dramasian suggested building a modular engine with a probe core that could fly itself around and attach it. We ended up putting that right here, blocking our only large docking port on the space station, and then between Spermy and the moon camper, that's our other 2 small docking ports, our junior docking ports, already taken up. So we needed more docking ports, and I'm fine with the 2 small ones being like that. Spermy can get the fuck out the way. There's places over here where things could park up if we didn't have a tow truck sitting there. They could park on the tow truck, because he's got one. So we've got extra small docking ports, but we only had the 1 large one, and once the engine was parked, we didn't even have that. So this module gives us 2 large docking ports, and those docking ports are at such a distance on the outside of the space station that even if you had a docking port on the belly of a craft and you wanted to push it up, we've got clearance, you know, so that you could park this way or this way, however you need to park. But that's important to me that it, you know, link up that way. The smaller ones, they're now so far away that, you know, I figured have them that way, and then you can have things parked like that, and we'll have clearance. But this was also a late design, a late, like, change to the design, because I was trying to figure out a way to put this in. This is actually not mirrored. You know, it's not using symmetry. because I wanted to have this one piece be the center, and then two little pieces like that, which reduced parts count over the way that I was doing it before, and then the docking ports that go straight through, which reduced the number of docking ports that I needed in the other design that I had made. It just made it more solid and stable, and also made it so that this piece can very easily be brought up along with this piece as two separate things that get stacked in line, and then we put them all together and send them up to the moon base as one thing, and then move them around with whoever's got the right kind of docking port, which is no one. Right? The tow truck has small docking ports, and Spermie has small docking ports. Okay? Things that need consideration. Can anyone move a big thing around? How did I attach all of this in the first place? I must have attached all of these pieces using Spermie, but there was a small docking port out here for... No, this one was able to actually move itself around. How the fuck did I attach all this stuff? But I got that on the large docking port. The tow truck has a claw. That's how I did it. I just did it with the claw, which is how we'll be able to do it with this. I'm like thinking in terms of docking ports, but no, the tow truck is built for a claw first, and then it's got small docking ports for refueling. That's how I moved it around. The tow truck will be able to assemble this. Oh, and the engine, says the Light Guy 89, we could put the engine on one of the large docking ports and be able to move them around if there were liquid fuel somewhere, because that engine is just an engine with monoprop to be able to move itself. Jermacian Cheering 10 suggestion, why not add more docking ports pointing up and down on your new section? Because they wouldn't fit nicely. And it overcomplicates. I don't trust the mechanical parts, and its weight. It's just, this is fine. Two, I mean, it's a Mooner space station. How many fucking people are going to be visiting it all at once? We've got a lot of craft up there that service the space station right now. But I'm fine with this. It's simple, it's clean, it's efficient, we can push it all up at once, and it doesn't involve robotic parts like this. It's just a bit of a nuisance, and it's a lot of weight, those robotic parts, too. Adding just a couple of pieces of robotics. But no, I'm gonna go with this. It would be nice to have a couple of smaller ones that come off, but again, it's the angles, too. Like, if they're smaller craft and they're Spermie and they're the thing, then it fits that way, but the idea of having multiple, you know, ports like that, I'd rather just have two dedicated for each, so that theoretically, if you had a big ship come up that had a small docking port, it could park like all the way along there, and then if you had another big ship with a big docking port, it could park all the way along, and they could both be there at once. It's definitely a, imaginary choice I'm making, but it is the choice that I'm making. Make a new tug with front and back docking ports, leave it on one end. I'm going to stick with the tow truck that's already up there. I don't want to fuck around with tow trucks. I want to be done with this moon base. This is the last thing that we're going to do with the moon base for a while, until we start refueling it, which we will be doing. I said I wanted to talk about this, and maybe you'd like to see me actually do something in the game and build something, but I said I wanted to talk about this. We will be doing exclusively from Minmus. I thought about the idea of having fuel...
The station also needs more solar panels.
It does, and maybe in a future update, once we still haven't unlocked the big solar panels, but in a future update, maybe I will break off the fuel field from here and create a small section that gives us some of the big solar panels. That'd be nice to have, but this side is just this upgrade. I don't want to bring another thing up, and especially if I don't... If I have the big... We've got enough science to buy in. We could buy into the big solar panels now and try and bring up a small stage that can be put over there. I will consider that while we're building the craft that goes up. Yeah. Especially if the same tier is the one that gives me the bike seat. The Kerbal, just a seat that you can strap a Kerbal to. I really want to get that. And if it's the same one that has this, it probably isn't. But that would be good. But yeah, I'm not going to build... fuel refinery on the moon, because it doesn't make any sense. It came to me in a dream. No, while I was considering it, it's like the cost of landing on the moon and coming off of the moon, especially while towing all of that fuel, it's gotta be cheaper to make it on Minmus and fly it over to the moon from Minmus. I mean, that's it. No, there were multiple reasons, but that was like the last one that occurred to me was, I'll bet it's cheaper to make it on Minmus. Oh, the other reason is that the moon doesn't have materials on it that would produce fuel. I mean, you know, it's a simulator. It's supposed to be realistic. We can't make liquid fuel and oxidizer from what's on the moon, and the moon is the fucking moon. And it doesn't look like it's got anything, and nothing in the game suggests that it would have something that you could, you know, extract oxygen from and turn into a liquid combustible or anything like that. It's just, if there are materials on the moon to do that with, they are few and far between, they are scarce. Minmus, covered with frozen lakes, covered with fluid. It's pink, it's weird. The minerals in there, who knows, or pink, it's green, it's lime. The things that are going on Minmus are totally believable that there would be means of extracting something that could be used for liquid fuel and oxidizer, and more so for monoprop. I had a long time ago, I had thought about like how I would make the science gathering system and the fuel transfer system better if I were designing the game, and it had to do with the idea of, well, actually it had to do with the idea of colonizing those planets, and then once you colonize them and you've completed like big long arcs of missions that have to be done to colonize the planet, then you have infinite fuel from each of those planets, but it would be a fuel that makes sense for them. And for me, Minmus was going to be infinite monoprop once you've colonized it. You could, you know, just land a vessel next to a place that's part of the colony or something like that, and then just be able to refuel your monoprop infinitely. Because it's got those, you know, frozen lakes. So monopropellant, absolutely compressing, you know, a liquid that we've turned into a gas and then being able to, that kind of thing, that makes sense to me. I was going to have it in my, you know, design, I had written it up to where it would be, Duna would be the first place that you'd get where you could make liquid fuel and oxidizer. That'd be, you'd have to colonize Duna in order to get, you know, proper LFO, infinitely restorable. But I like the idea of Minmus. It seems to make a lot more sense. And then it also made sense to me that why would I put a base around Minmus? Like an orbital base around Minmus. We've got one at the moon. The idea of anyone stopping on their way somewhere to get refueled at Minmus doesn't make any fucking sense. The moon has a deeper gravitational well. You get more effect from O-berth. People will stop at the moon on their way to like refuel, but building a whole refueling platform around Minmus doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So what if Minmus is just a base on the surface? That makes sense. It's easy to land. It doesn't cost much to land. It costs less to land Minmus than it does to park up at the space station in the orbit of the moon. That's an exaggeration. It doesn't. But, you know, it's close. It's similar. So no landed station on, maybe eventually a landed station on the moon, but the things that make the most sense, especially in the early game you're building something out, is to make your fuel on Minmus, transfer it to the moon space station, and have a Minmus base on the surface outpost. On Minmus, orbital station around the moon. That makes sense. Is what I like. But Minmus is minty. It is, isn't it? Just realized this game uses royalty-free music. Yep. Oh yeah. IRL, there is the materials for some fuels. There's ice to polar regions for hydrogen and oxygen, says Groggles. Yeah, but it's not viable. It's not particularly viable as a source for really anything, you know. As far as I'm aware, anyway, for basically anything other than, I think it's Technology Connections did a video about the moon is really only viable as like a military base for lasers shooting and things, and being able to like launch just chunks of moon that you've pulled off and compressed at, you know, you get it up to a high speed, make really flat surfaces on the moon. There's things like that, but in terms of like what's the use of the moon, it's doing it. It pulls. It's the tidal forces. We don't need to be there. Maybe it's just orbiting fuel transfer platform. A ship runs up and down to Minmus, and another runs back and forth to the moon to deliver it to the station. You could do that, and I think it's not that, I don't know, because I haven't done it recently, but I don't think it's that expensive to transfer from Minmus to the moon. and it's very expensive in both time and money to build another space station in orbit of Minmus. But having a small transfer station, I like that idea. If you're not making it a fuel outpost, having something up there, I suppose. But hauling fuel to Minmus, who's going to stop for fuel at Minmus? Later in the game, you know? But in terms of getting your feet into stations and drilling and stuff like that, I think that makes the most sense. That's what I'm going to do, because it plays into my own power fantasies or whatever. But this is the station as it's going to be taken up, and I said that I would show you the thing that I had made for Minmus whenever we actually do get over to Minmus, because I was just interested. Did I change anything here? Was there something that or I was just pulling things off and showing things? I didn't adjust anything, right? I don't think you did. So instead, yeah, leave, don't save. Even if we came back, it would still be in that situation, so it's fine. Space elevators, says Jack. Into the spaceplane hangar. Because this is where I built our craft for Minmus. And it's, it's lots of time before we get to Minmus, so if it's a bad idea, then you guys can tell me why and try and convince me otherwise. But this is Oscar's Main B Mark II. That is wrong. That is wrong. Oscar's Main B Mark II. There he is. That's Oscar's Main B. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'd like to introduce you to Oscar's Main B, which I actually do need to update the title and description. Is that your girlfriend, your wife, or just your main bitch?
By the way, why are you Americans insane? There was an idea to use nuclear weapons surplus after the Cold War to flood the Sahara Desert. A lot is below sea level and just needs a canal to fill it. Nukes to dig the biggest canal ever. Murica.
I was not involved, so I can't tell you. Thank you for the cheer, Groggles. This is Oscar's Main B, and the title doesn't make a lot of sense for this little Spider-Man now, but when I first started designing him, I knew that it was going to be a lot of Oscar B's, fuel tanks, and I had a ludicrous song in my head. So, Oscar's Main B Mark II. So where this started, this design, was I was using the Oscars in order to, push out, and I wasn't using these balls at the beginning. I was using these for changing, 45-degree turns and stuff like that. But I was trying to just push out where I would put wheels down here so that it'd have a wider base, so that it would be more stable while it was rolling across the surface of Minmus. And then, as I was tinkering with it and testing it out on the runway and stuff like that, the more and more I thought about it, the more it occurred to me that Minmus is no place really off of the surface of Kerbin is a great place to roll around. Like, Duna's gravity is good enough, is good, and anything below that, driving around is dangerous. Things just flip and fall. The moon, even with its decent gravity, you saw, I managed to flip it even while I was being careful once. So it was like, why am I even trying to roll around the surface of Minmus, especially with powered wheels? So my first design was built around the idea of actually having this guy be a roller and having these, an ant either side, push it in the direction that it would drive for the, highest amount of LFO. But the wheels that we have right now, they suck. They're not the good wheels. We hadn't bought into it. And basically I started to think about it. I'm like, on Minmus, the low gravity, the best way to get to and from wherever you want to be is just to fly there, buddy. And could do monoprop, because you can do monoprop on the surface of Minmus, but LFO is always more efficient, isn't it? I make that statement as though I know for a fact, but, why not, instead of carrying the weight of monoprop around, just do it with LFO? So, I decided to build something that is just a little lander that lands where he's going to be, and then flies to the next place and lands where he's going to be. And then I, thought about landing legs, and I said, well, what's the impact tolerance of the little landing legs? And that's 10 meters per second impact. And I said, well, what's the impact tolerance of these nose cones that would make it look cool? And the impact tolerance of those nose cones is 10 meters per second impact. And he's got such a wide base, the idea of having like the shocks or the struts on board so that if you land a little bit uneven, it might hold itself up. He's not going to fall over because he's got such a wide base on him. I don't need that functionality. And as long as I'm setting him down at what I would expect to set him down at, like less than 4 meters per second each time, it will have the same effect as the landing legs or anything else. So why not have him look neat? Lander Can 1, hello. Welcome. The only reason ever to go monoprop engines is to only have monoprop tanks. And for like just, the maneuvers kind of thing, that's very, very helpful. So there's no need to have monoprop on here because the Lander Can carries 15 monoprop, which is more than we would expect to use most of the time for any sort of maneuvers. But this, if I set the Delta V over to something that would clear my throat for us, over to Minmus, this has 2,437 Delta V on Minmus with a TWR of 3.79 using 4 Ant engines to lift it. And yes, I gave him a little nose, because it's convenient to have that and be able to grab all of your science to one place. I gave him eyes, so that he could see forward and be, we're looking out the window down here as we're driving across the surface so he can see over there. And then I gave him a mouth, and right now it looks like he's puckered up to kiss you, but watch out if he does decide to kiss you, because this guy spits acid. Ooh, is what he's saying right now. That's our magnetometer, which is not useful for surface samples, but god damn it, I'm gonna have all the science I can have. And he's a spitter. He is a spitter. Where is his mustache? It's right there. It's at the bottom of his nose. There's his mustache. It's the bottom of that, And then he's got kind of a unibrow going on. I did the mustache. I got everything. But I love that. I love how he looks when he's got that out. And he genuinely looks like he just spat that at you, didn't he? He just did a one of those. But, and he's got a flat top, yes. But this has more science on it because we're bringing the Science Junior than the RV does, than the Moon Camper does. It's got everything else that the Moon Camper already has on it. And you might look at this and go, yeah, but that's going to be... What you haven't thought about, Pawn, is like centers of mass and centers of thrust, and like you got a weird thing over here that's pulling the weight off. You got this just on one side. How you gonna possibly... It's not going to be convenient to fly. You haven't thought about all the... Oh. The center of mass is directly on the center of thrust, and the RCS is directly on the center of mass. And when you drain these, I'm not going to do it because they're two different sets of 2 legs, because it's mirror mode. I could have done it without mirror mode. All that time I could have put it on with 4 times Symmetra, fucking around with 2. I'm not going to do it anyway, but when you drain it, the center of mass, I think it comes up to about like there. So it's very, very close. And these are on snapping points, so I could have adjusted them more, but they're on like absolute snapping points. So I was like, no, that's way too goddamn convenient. So this is built specifically to do all of the things and be perfectly central. The SAS is at the bottom and a little bit of extra SAS, so 5 from there, and then there's 3 reaction wheel power with the Lander Can, 8 total. So it will turn more from its ass than anywhere else, but that's fine. What are you gonna do? The docking port is just barely above the batteries and just barely below these, but it shouldn't explode. It also has a 10 meter per second impact rating, so if any of these hit first, we just gotta make sure we're not landing on like a diamond or something where the ground is coming up to a tip right underneath it and spikes the docking port. But I really like this design. I ended up making him look silly. I didn't start out to make him look silly. I absolutely didn't. He's got himself a scanner. The scanner, actually, the scanning range is just barely catches a little area right here, which means that if we do want to scan something on Minmus, and we will, we got to get it right there. Right, if it's on the ground, it's got to be like right here between these back legs, and he doesn't roll. So what's he going to do? He's gonna walk. He's gonna... It'll be so fucking cool! But that is, that's my plan for our Moon RV, except for Minmus, is Oscar's main bee. And that's what he's gonna look like, little Minmus spider. It's so good. It's so good. Did I change anything while I was here? I shouldn't have changed anything. And incidentally, here's another thing, like little tip for you. In the future, I'll build them, you know, again. But this is a really good construction for, like, I'm finally satisfied with the construction of making an RCS mount, which is to start with a cubic hexagonal strut, or whatever it's called. What are you actually called? I never know. The cubic octagonal is just the cube. Structural, the just octagonal strut. It's not cubic, it's just an octagonal strut. That is a really good way to, like, build that. It gives you a nice snapping point on the center for this part. Because you build this on here, it pulls out to a very nice place, creates a little, you know, flower of RCS. You get all of the things that you want, and they look kind of cool, and then you merge that into whatever, you know, thing that you're building it off of, which gives it more greebled effect. I mean, look at it down there in practice where it is. You know, it looks like something's been built structurally to hold all of that in place. I like it. I like it a lot. The flag looks like a small tie. He's wearing a little tie. I'm very happy with this design. This is the kind of thing that I sit around and design for like 4 hours, and you're like, but it's such a small craft, how could you possibly spend 4 hours on it? Well, because I'm me. And also because the first design, or the last time that I saved him before he became this, was like that. So it was being held together a lot differently. It had wheels on it instead. The engines are way the hell out here so that they wouldn't be heating up the fuel tanks, but they're also like center of mass to center of thrust. They were meant to like drive you forward across the surface, get up huge speeds. But it's just going to be too, with the center of mass that high, the wheels down here, it would just want to flip over. It would want to fall. And you know, it was a bad concept for Minmus. You'd want the weight really, really low on something for Minmus. And it's just like, why am I trying to do all this? In the past, I have built a Minmus roller that I called it, which was based off of, if you look at the impact tolerance of the steerable landing gear, it is 325 meters per second of impact. So basically, I made a ball out of, like, these and these, so that you could just throw yourself at the surface of Minmus and just poof, 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 and just keep going, and just use the SAS to actually spin yourself on the ground. Put the brakes on some of the wheels, and then hit the ground, bing, and you go flying, and then just bounce off the surface. He needs a hat. I don't want to increase his weight, because he gets 2,400 meters per second of Delta V right now, and if he is going to fly all over Minmus, I want him to have as much Delta V as he can possibly have. But yeah, I'm very, very happy with our little mustachioed, Easter Island-nosed Oscar's main bee. I can't wait to send him out. And then he's got this little thing. Looks like he's got... You know what it looks like to me? It looks like an Adventure Time character. Like, you know, Spider Princess! What are you doing here? And then Spider Princess has a sword on her back she pulls out. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful little design. And now that I've done that, maybe a small flat adapter. They weigh. I mean, it's not that big of a weight, but they weigh. I don't want to add any weight up either. I was trying to keep the center of mass right on the center of where it is when there's nothing attached to it, and I'm very close to that right now in that build. And anything that I put higher up, you know, putting that Science Junior on there, it was a bit of a... That was the long-windedness of the project. The build for me was going through it and trying to make sure that the things that aren't fuel, that they're low and that they pull the weight back down for the 0.2 tons that the Science Junior does on the top. So putting something high that carries the weight will pull it up even more. Not just for giving him a funny hat. I would be willing to put something that's just like 0.005 up there. So maybe. But that'll be when it comes time to roll out that particular design. What we need to do right now, after me just talking about things that I'd already designed, is crash Kerbal Space Program. That's what we need to do. Fingers crossed here that this doesn't crash my computer. Because yesterday I had 2 crashes of Kerbal Space Program, one right after the other, that they didn't like crash the computer instantly, but they locked up so many processes. And it was actually Steam that was getting in the way, so I've taken Steam out of the mix. When I start Kerbal Space Program now from here, it's actually starting it directly from the KSP 64-bit instead of starting it through Steam. So hopefully things don't crash, but KSP somehow managed to crash my system and confuse Steam so much that Steam would not let go of the, even after KSP had crashed, it's like, no, it's still running. And then I couldn't crash Steam. And when I trying to shut down Steam from the task manager, crashed Task Manager. And then when I tried to like search on the start bar for something to open it up, the start bar got locked into an area, like it really fucked everything up. Whatever crazy corruption happened, I think KSP, I don't know, memory corrupted into Steam's bootstrap client. I don't know what the fuck happened, but it took, I had to restart my computer. I've never had KSP put me in a situation where I had to restart my computer. Like, maybe it has crashed my computer before, but to destroy the operating system in such a way that I had to restart it. And I couldn't restart the computer either. It would not restart through the start menu. I had to hard fucking cycle it. It's crazy. Maybe move KSP to a different location other than the Steam folder. No. I mean, it runs, the game runs, when you run it from KSP x64, it runs without any Steam integration, as far as I'm aware. In fact, I might even be able to hit Shift-Tab now, without the Steam overlay popping up. Because I checked after I did this, and Steam did not say that Kerbal was running. I recommend it too. I think the game is running smoother, faster, cleaner, better frames without running it from Steam. I think there's something fucked up with KSP and Steam and how they play together. Maybe just the Steam overlay in general adds a little bit of weight to it. And I've got a fucking computer here that can handle it, for Christ's sake. But yeah, into the VAB. But yeah, it crashed my computer like that, and then I went back in and kept designing, and then the next time I did the exact same thing. The next time I loaded out with Oscar's main B onto the space, or onto the runway, and then did some testing, and then reverted. It crashed exactly the same way, caused exactly the same error, and I had to hard restart my computer again. It was oddly reproducible. So, But what we need to do right now, if we're going to do it, is we need to get the Orbital Base Mark IV up, and we need to start making sub-assemblies out of the parts that we're going to be taking up to that there Mune, which is just these 2 sections. Okay, so this is already up on the moon, or up in orbit of the moon, so you can go away. Don't need you anymore. And if I make, let's see, what would I make the center of everything here? I'll make you the center of everything. That's not what I told you to do. I'll make you the center of everything. And then everything this side of the craft, also gone. You can also note that in this design, I took special care to put on some more lights, which means our electricity is going to drain even faster. But it should brighten up the space station when we're on the dark side a little bit more in all of the right ways. As well as throw a little bit of light on the interior, the little Easter egg of an interior that we put in there. Can I grab you, move you more central for figuring this out? So, desu ne. The first part that we want is going to be problematic, pawn. Yes, it is. Oh, fuck, that's going to be problematic. Can I change that? Yeah. Yeah, it's still going to be problematic. How am I going to get this? We want to turn these into sub-assemblies. And it would be fine. Did I get rid of your docking port? I didn't mean to. Go back, go back, go back, go back. I did have a docking port on there, right? I didn't. Alright, well there's an oversight in the design. Go ahead and... just make you the... make you the thing, and then pull you off. Give me one of these. Flip it. You. That's the design. And yeah, making sub-assembly is always problematic for me. So save that as it is. Yes? No, because you ripped that off. Fuck! Just reopen it, because I want this design to be correct, you know, as our model of what we took up and how it was built. So you off of there, you flip, and then save. Thank you. And then I can switch to you as the root part. And then we'll rip this off, because that's all already up there. Move you a bit over here, rip this off, because that's already up there. And these are the only parts that we actually need to take up. Butt nuggets. Pulled you off, I can't, like, attach you like that. This is why making sub-assemblies is always problematic, because you need the nodes to be at a certain place for bringing it up, and it's hard to get them there. Let's see, not just put the cross piece in line with the other section, you are going to bring up and, why not? Bring up and go all in one launch. That's what I intend to do. But how do I get this to have a node on it so that I can attach it to there? Is what is always the problem. So if I put you to there, it's usually an easily solved problem, but it always confuses my brain, and you have to work a little bit harder than you'd like to make it happen. So like that. That's what we're going to bring up, all at once. Now, we had talked about the possibility of bringing up a small electrical plant, too, because we've got the science to buy it. Okay. Let's go out of here. It'll be here when we get back. That's how the game works. Yeah, change to root part. It's always that, but it's always, like, confusing to try and figure out which part do I change to the root part in order to get what I'm trying to go for, and especially when you're trying to drag multiple pieces as the sub-assembly. Like, had I done that without just, like, attaching that to that, if they did need to come up as separate pieces, trying to get the one that's long with two here, but the control point node is over here, how do I get the control point node there when the sub-assembly, you know, I can't start the sub-assembly from the root part? I guess I just have to rip off the next thing that's attached to the sub-assembly and then reattach that, and it's just, it gets complicated. And I think it's just kind of a poorly designed system. In Kerbal Space Program, how could there be a poorly designed system? Another unintuitive, hard to understand system. Also bring up a fuel cell. We'll use some of the fuel, but it could be your emergency power generator. Will I have fuel cells? If I were to buy into this. I do, I would. I don't really want to get involved in burning my fuel to make electricity. But the Gigantor XL solar array is what we would buy into there. We'd also get a big rechargeable battery bank, fuel cells, and a larger radiator. Okay. This is the thing that I'd be buying for 300 of our 430, which would put us down to 130, and I couldn't afford one of these at that point. We might as well do it all at once. And we're going to get thousands of science, I said. So, fuck it, I'm buying in. We're in. Okay? So now we'll go back to the VAB, and I said it would be here, and it is. And also we're going to throw it away. Because we're going to do the design part, well, it's all still part of the craft so that we know how it hooks together and everything. So back to Orbital Base Mark IV. And that side of things, maybe do one of those policy thingies so you can get more science for your efforts. I'm not going to play with the part of the game where the developers said, yeah, we have no idea how to make a game or balance an in-game economy, so you do it. No, I'm going to live with their choices, and show everyone, as I do, how great their choices were. Because I'm just that dick. I'm just that asshole. You are so far over there now. Could I the thing is, it doesn't really come back to you, does it? How do I, if I grabbed you and then zoomed out, I don't know how to get this from this side and then grab, and then I can translate in that direction, but then you move also to, no, that worked out good. So now the center is, yes, it's over here. So building a small additional solar panel platform for this area. All this comes off, because this is where we'd have to attach it. This is the first docking port that we get. Get the smaller one, flip mass, because you know that's how I like it. So we start with that, and then we need something to attach it to, and it's also going to have to come up on a ship. I could do more of what I did here. I kind of liked it. Were I to do that, but you were built off of a fairing. This doesn't have a fairing, and then you got that and the other thing. We'll see. I'm gonna rip this off. Rip this. Oh, that's both of them. Rip all you guys off, and then we'll just start designing from there anyway. Not going to want or need any of this stuff. But I might put some lights on this to point out at the fuel field, now that we're expanding it. Maybe make the insert section go right between the comms and the science arm. Here, like, it's too close. I don't like it, it's too close. You know, the idea of, like, having shadows casting, it's too close. This should be out on its own. And this isn't bad, because the last thing that we've got in this link is generation, and then some SAS, and then the larger generation. I think this will make my brain happier to do it as such. If I pulled you off, and then got rid of that, and then flipped you back over, you were attached the way that I hold Alt, or attached to something like that. It doesn't even have to look like this. I could put on another, liquid fuel fuselage. You know, it's a design project. And, you know, at this point, the less parts that I can add, probably the better. So, maybe I am going to go that route. I'll leave you over there in case I change my mind. But I think maybe just another liquid fuel fuselage, like so. No liquid fuel on it. Locked out. As you are, right? Yeah. Just like that one was. And then building these off of there. So let's see our big new solar arrays. Oh my god, are they big and new. So two of you. You're penetrating there. Are you? Yes, you're penetrating there. Oh good, yeah, pull it in closer. That's what I wanted. Give me these again. Out to here. Out to there, no penetration. Extend the solar panels. Holy spooples, peoples. Holy spooples, peoples. And then have you matched like that? Wow, that's big. Wow, those are, they ain't called Gigantors for nothing. Damn sure. And they're still pretty small, to be honest. Wow. Makes the space station look, you know, big. It still makes it, it's still big. It's still big. If you guys were just put on like that, no, you. Retract the solar panel. Then it's harder to get it up. This would be, we do it like that. It's a smaller area to put like a fairing around. If it is going to come up and it's going to have those underneath it, then it's going to want a fairing. So why don't I build with a fairing? I wish there were like a longer piece that was still in this size. And that was low weight, as low weight as these are, because basically I'm going to do that. No, that. What are you doing? This is a separate piece. Everybody saw that, right? I was grabbing out here and it was still selecting that. We all saw that. Totally not a bug that we just experienced together. We all experienced that totally not a design issue. We saw it, right? Can I merge you a little bit more? You don't have to be. But if you were merged in a little bit more, a bit tighter, still got space down here between us and the thing. I'm good with that. Ones on the ISS are probably like 6 times the size, and they actually exist. So yeah, this would all end in a fairing. I will move you to, say... Why do you keep moving in? I've already done that. I already clicked on the fucking thing. Quit. What is going on? It moved in again! And we're not in snapping mode. Suck my dick, game. And it did it again. If I could keep clicking, it's just doing it again and again and again and again. Gigantors infinitely move in when touched with the translation tool. And this was in relation to a liquid fuel tank. Small liquid fuel tank. Alright, so I'll just drag you guys back out to a place that makes the slightest bit of fucking sense. Thank you. Are you open? You're not touching anything? And... yeah. That'll be hard to park, exactly. Let me get the other end of this built and we'll see. Well, no, because that's where it's gonna end. If I'm gonna have a fairing on it. I could have a fairing that goes over the top of all of this, though. That might be better. And then a little bit less weight on the fairings. I think I can do that with the way that I'm going to build it. So instead, we just go straight to the coupler. And it would be good to actually add a little bit of battery onto this, if we could. I love that we've got the main battery storage there, but it's just not enough, apparently, under certain circumstances. So what's our big new battery? It's gonna be too big to put on this, but I'll buy into it anyway. The 1000. Yeah, because this is a small, it's a small guy. It'd be nice to add 1000 with that. But if I'm not gonna do a fairing, then he doesn't really fit on this little piece. And I'd like to keep this little piece simple. Could just put the next biggest battery that I've got on here and stack it up. There's no way that's... you just have to do them all in one direction, Pawn. Let's see if there's any, like, convenient snapping points for this under absolute. Doesn't necessarily look bad. Serious texture tearing going on. Yeah, snapping points, not good. Just a sliver of space between each of them.
That huge battery fits perfectly behind the viewing cupola, also for low-weight tubes. Look understructural for hollow fuselage tubes.
Behind the viewing cupola, low-weight tubes look understructural for hollow fuselage tubes. I don't believe they come in smaller categories. Like the 1.75 is, or 1 point whatever it is the smallest one that I've got. T12 structural tube. Maybe in a later game you can unlock a T8 or something, but T12 is the smallest that I got. The T12 is that size, so I've been building with them a lot. But the idea of putting some battery on this side, not a bad idea. I could get behind that, and then keep this simpler and cleaner looking. It wouldn't be as much battery because we're putting 400 on with each of those. 400, 800, 1200, 1600, 2000, 2400. but just an extra 1,000 would be fine for this station, I think. And we've already got the battery stage right there, which I kind of like, so this would kind of get it there, but hide it. I mean, it'd be visible, but it would hide it. That's the one, right? How big you be? How big you be, bro? It's not, nope. It's just the regular size? Ah. So you were suggesting the other side of things. Now, I can't block that, but I could block here. This affects my interiors, though, the way that I designed them. Now I have to look at the interior again. Yeah. And it's hard to get this into a place where I can actually see into my interior. Come on, come on. I'm a millimeter from being where I could see into it, you motherfucker. Ooh. That actually looks good. That actually looks very good. I like that. I prefer it. These things. What if I took them out? Why are there radiators? 'Cause they look spacey. Like, I literally have no good explanation for why there are radiators. If both of you were gone, and it was just that... What do you think? Is it better with the greebling of those, or without? Because, I mean, it's just greebling. It looks better because they were doing things in reference to the docking port. They looked neat. I think without them, it looks cleaner, and that ends up looking like, you know, another, fucking airlock, is how it looks. Yeah, I think I prefer them without as well. Without, says the Light Guy 89, and Pi. Cool. Yeah, this little interior that I made, it's got a little, there's a place that you can grab and hold on as you're walking. The handrail is what they're called, Pawn. That's what it's got. But Pawn, those solar panels look like nothing other than solar panels. You don't think they look like a floor? Because if you don't think they look like a floor, there was something that I could have used. It's just one solar panel by the way, it's just the right size. But I could have used grip pads. And I hadn't even thought about that. It depends on how big they are. My god, they look huge. But the grip pad would look really fucking cool if it would fit in here. Let's grab this out. No, whatever I've just done. Give me you. I think they're huge. Snapping. Flip. They're not that huge. I liked it right down there. Now, how far do you go, though? Yeah, you're sticking out on that side of things. And it just won't work. It looks much better, but the only way that I could get it would be to, like, drag it back, and then it would be actually entering the viewing thing that attaches to it. And how that will look when the pilot is looking out at it, I think it'll be the pilot's head is in the way. Clips through, dang, yeah. And that was a larger, though. What about the grip pad? That's the grip strip. What's the size of the grip pad? Okay. That's a big old grippy pad is what that is. Some snapping. You get inside there, and then flip. It's gonna be too wide, innit? In it though. I think this looks so good, though. Stop. Be back in. I think this looks so good that I might just try and... I don't know. it might just work like that. Oh, I'd hate for it to look all fucked up once we got up here. If I were to extend that area just a touch... I mean, number one, I could just do this. And then you've got... yeah. No, why the fucking snapping? I mean, it adds more weight and a whole bunch of things. A whole bunch of things happen there. But that, like that, creates a very nice little walkway. This doesn't fit anymore. That's a helicopter blade, by the way. I could just layer them. Embed them directly within one another. Because it's probably a snapping point that I did there. So you... in fact, if I just pulled it back off and put it there, it should probably snap right to that position. God damn it. It is not easy to work in this little space. On which rotation? That one? It is not a snapped location. Alright, fuck. I pulled you off. And I pulled you off. And then this one would actually flip. Have you here. Like that. That looks okay. You get that little bit of texture tearing right there, but it's not like spazzing texture tearing, it's just like merging in with the other one. That looks pretty good to get that handrail back in. Oh, they are penetrating through the other side though. So... ah, fuck. Fucking snapping. You to there. That hides it more, but it's also created a big gap between those at the ends there. Let's see if I can't get this in. I mean, that's pretty good. It's probably the best that we're gonna get, and I kind of like having that little bit of blue there. It's just something a little bit nice, visually interesting. That said, though, this light could now go further down there if it would allow me to grab it and drag it. You refuse to move past that point? Okay, I don't know what you think you're attached to, but you're attached to the inside here, silly boy. You're snapping. And then this in particular, yeah, go ahead and snap as you twist this, because I wanted it to be not a big thing, not upping your face. How does that look on the other side though? 'Cause it's got to be penetrating. Oh yeah, she's a penetrating, all right. It was hidden well by this before. It was penetrating, but it looked, you know, okay. If it were completely embedded, what does it look like? It's not bad. And I wouldn't mind moving it forward a little bit more. You'll only ever see it from this angle, you know? And it's throwing the light in a decent way. This is why I do the design off stream, by the way, a lot of the time there. Do these kinds of designs. Yeah, that's actually a very good like central throwing of the light at the floor there. It's nice. And then yeah, drag it down so you're not penetrating. I'll move you in a little bit more. It's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. But I don't know what else I'd put in there to sort of hide what's going on with it. Like, these are very small parts we're dealing with at this point, so... And I don't want them to be, like, a lot of weight that's throwing things... I mean, it's gotten to the point, but I'm making sacrifices, but I don't want to go crazy. Curious. If I just put you in here sort of anywhere, and then I can pull you to where I want you. So if I put you like that, and then can I get a hold of it? From neither side can I get a hold of that anymore. Cool. Take that off, give me you again. Alright, put you on the outside then, here. And then start with this. Rotate actually like this way, is what I'm thinking right now. And then pull you in. Push you down. Pull you up. Push you back down. Okay, maybe something like this. There. Very, very difficult to work in this space. Doesn't quite do it for me. Just trying to make those legs, they kind of bother me. If they were attached to that, though. Yeah, the whole thing looks shit. I can't find a good place for it. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a huge problem. I could do it with the other kind of light. That might fit better. It might look better. Yeah, I'll bet the other kind of light looks a lot better in here. And then if I dim it appropriately. So if you're in here snapping. Lights on. It'll be very, very bright to start. But you've got just that little attachment point on the outside that I would need to make sure doesn't penetrate. Down to like there. And you're gonna get rotated. Ooh. Well, keep rotating, pawn. You know, this one could maybe tuck. You know what you should do, Pawn, instead of any of the things you're doing right now for this? Go back to the other kind of light. And then if you're willing to consider what you were just thinking about with that light, put that back. And then you go like straight up and down. Straight up and down from the rear anyway. And then in, and then down. And what kind of light do you throw from there? It's just there though. If I grab you and then I start to twist. See how the light gets thrown. It's just a little touch, you know? It's just a little touch of something. And I prefer it straight up and down, I think. To anything. God damn it. Stop making it green so I can't see what we're actually doing here. It's not on the outside. How far forward can I move it? About there, before it starts doing weird penetrating things. I think that's fine. Don't you think that's fine? I think it's fine. Potentially. Potentially. Whatever you were, go away. Fuck me. Yes, it's okay, but now that the space is larger, I should have started here. Fuck. I'm only realizing that now. This is what you guys tune in for, right? This is why I do this kind of shit on my own. I'll do it quickly. I'll do it quickly. You. Absolute snapping. Find me like the center or something that looks good. Neither of those look good. Neither of them look like the center. Give me this light. Slide you down, because now that interior light is actually able to be exactly where it was when we started. And I'm going to have to try and get it back to the position that it was in. Okay. Can you just... You're your own light? No. These are attached. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. Like, why are you... You're attached to there? You're attached to there? Good. I did that right. You're central-ish. A little bit more this direction. The minutia is important to me. And then that other light that we put in. Give me you back. Give me some snapping. Get you on the ceiling. I remember how these were in relation to one another before, so if I get close to that again, then maybe things will work out. Something like that. I believe. What do you look like on the inside? Yes! Yes! Just as it was before. Light in a decent place, throwing light all the way across it. All this stuff on the exterior centered. Ish. Close enough. It's gonna be there forever. So it will bother me forever, is the idea. Who wants to see it bother me forever? Huh? They're fine, Pawn. They're fine. Okay. All that, by the way, came from, I believe it was Dramacian's suggestion to put a battery here? Or was it Groggles? Groggles. It was Groggles' suggestion. That was all that time was because of that battery. I know you don't want to add any more mods, but a great light mod is the aviation lights. It gives you some nice small lights. Wouldn't it be great if KSP had some nice small lights by default? Yeah. I'd be a fan. But that 1,000 being there, I'm just going to have that 1,000 be there. Because it looks good. And 1,000 should be enough to get us across everything, perhaps but the eclipse. Sometimes you get a mooner, like an eclipse where it's Kerbin. But I would prefer to not have all these batteries on there. I think it just looks cleaner and nicer like so. If I then took you, and nope, this is the correct direction, and accidentally deleted it in a way that I can't get it back because it was already off the craft. It's fine. It's fine. We got a fuel platform, and we got Spermy. This fucking motherfucking game. Fucking. There. Thank you. All of this over here. Spermy. Is that the right end of you, Spermy? No. I grabbed the correct end of Spermy, and that's the whole ship. Wait, why does the station look so small inside the VAB? I don't know. It's a big VAB, I guess. It's not even the fullest upgraded VAB, is it? Is that everything, though? Is that the thing done? That's all of the adjustments made that would give us two, just two, but gigantor solar panels. Let's put them out. And they would rotate with these guys. It's the same kind of direction. It's just, you know, they'll rotate with those, so it's still the same directionality on them. A couple of big those, and that's all of the things then. That is all of the things. Save the orbital base Mark IV. This is still pissing me off. It seems slightly out of the center, but we've been here too long, so I'm going to go with it. I'm going to leave it. And that does look really cool, having that battery on the interior. Yeah. We're good. We're good, which means from here now, let me just open and see what we're on. We're on craft number 19. So, 019, the something something. It's gonna be ovum and expansion. It's an egg expansion, but I don't know. I thought of female anatomy. It's fine. So then we rip this off. We want this part to become part of what we're gonna take up. So I'm gonna set you aside. If we make the root part you, I break you off, throw you away, and then this part is already up there. Throw you away, pull you back over to the middle, make you the root part, then take this and attach it here, always the last direction. Like the last of all 6 that it could possibly be. The one that I finally fucking get it on. And then you to there. Where's this, it's at the tip pawn, is where the fairing will be. Yeah. So retract the solar panel, but this is everything that's supposed to be there, I believe. So now if we stand you up, always, of all 6 possible rotations, it's always the last one. You to there. And that's in the middle of the VAB. I've put it in the right place and everything. Okay, so this is what we take up and how we take it up. What's the weight of this payload pre-fairing? 6.1 tons. For all this. Docking port there, docking port there, docking port there, docking port there, docking port. These don't actually, you know, fit together, but they will undock. It'll be fine. So yeah. And then the main fairing goes at the tip and then gets a nose cone on top of it. And that can be removed by making this stageable. And we're up. Yeah. In fact, I'll do that right now, and we'll create the payload fully and final, and then all we gotta do is slap something underneath to push it up. So the smallest fairing that I have. Flip it upside down, and we'll see if this works. Like, how much fairing I'm allowed to have with this is what I'm curious about. So, let's go to here, get you just on the outside of those ladders. And then get you just on the outside of those docking ports. And then just pull you straight down with some snapping, actually. And there's your fairing. It's now up to 6.9, almost 7 tons with that fairing on. Do you want to set up the returned Kerbal? Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, we can name the Kerbals that are down here that came in that have their new names after people in chat, and then we can set them up. Absolutely. This live stream's picking up again. And then you, like that. That's our payload. And it looks fucking sexy. I love that fairing, the way that that came together. That's pretty. Ovum Expansion Mark 1. Save it. Is that correct? Possibly. It's possibly correct. It's a Coke bottle. I'll tell you what it is. It's another live stream break. I'm sorry. We didn't actually, like, get anywhere. It was like half an hour of me talking and patting myself on the back, and then half an hour, 45 minutes of fighting one light to be in the position that I wanted. But that's the payload. Now we just stick enough weight underneath it to push it where it needs to go. And that'll be the final mission. Then we get it out there, assemble it. We can do all that in the next hour and a half, 9 out in the next 52 hours. Let's have another live stream break because I need to pee again. And I will meet you back here in 7 minutes if you're still with me on this long, grueling, designing things sort of a journey. I'll see you if you're still here in 7 minutes. Pawn not out. And we're back. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and this is a Kerbal live stream. Welcome to a Kerbal live stream. And a guy called Pie cheering immediately. Just realized how weird it is that there are people who call you Mr. How do you even say that? As if your name isn't Pawn, even though it clearly is. Also, I made pizza. Why would they call me that? I don't know. We're going into the VAB. I've realized this is why it's good to, you know, have a little live stream break occasionally, because there was one more thing that I wanted on the payload here, and that's some lights. Some lights. Now, I've got this saved. We'll save it again and then reopen, just to make sure that I'm putting these in the right position on the actual space station. There's just a couple of lights to tack on, to throw light out on the fuel stack that I hadn't really bothered to light before. So again, pull you all the way over here. So when I zoom in, this is the center of where I'll be working on. And of course you've moved, this is the most I can zoom in because you also did that. So like this, and then, no, the whole thing. No, the whole, it's shift bond. I know. Well, then why aren't you doing it? Shut up. That's, yeah, and then a little bit more. There you go. Just for my convenience of building. Little tips for your convenience of building. Drop me down. Yeah, so the lights would be just two little guys. I've already got my lights configured the way that I like them on the exterior. So if I just grab one of those and put you here with 2 times symmetry and snapping, then like that. Make sure you're not blocking the, not taller than the port itself. And then on local without snapping, we'll embed you a little bit, embed you a little bit more, and on absolute, drag you more to a nicer place. I might even drag you down to where you're like nicely embedded. Been doing that in various places. If you embed nicely like so, and then to about there, and then how's the light that it's throwing on there? What kind of a change does that make? It's good. It's good. It's just that little subtle, yep, little bit more glow so that everything's nicely lit up. Good. So that's where we want those on the other craft. I will leave this and I will save it as it is. After I don't think that it recenters things for you, so I will recenter it, and then I will recenter it. Ish. And save it like that, and now I know where I want those on the next craft. Which won't have the lights configured that way. We gotta go over there, so it's 0.8, 0.95. Yes, I know exactly how I like to do that. So on the ovum expansion, mark 1. Guys are... You're penetrating that, but you won't be ultimately. And this would be the side that gets attached to that because it's closer to that. Yes. Okay. Just making sure that I'm going to put them in the right place. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just drag it over, but I think it'll actually be easier and quicker to just do this. Flip you upside down. Drop you in. Configure you to 0.85, 0.95, and 0.1, which gives you the nice blue cast light. And then... without snapping, go ahead and penetrate you the way that I like you, which is with the panels, the light panels fully above, and then rotated out a bit more. That's how you were. And then I think in a bit from there is where I had you. Just looking at how I have it, how I like it. And then don't clip it all there. You can clip on the back. I think you were actually at a more of an angle. Yes, that looks good. That looks good. Okay.
Are you saying some of the things you are saying on purpose?
Occasionally, maybe. As an accident. It could happen. Ren Phoenix, I'm gonna play some KSP as well, but I'll still be watching to catch you when you make mistakes. Just kidding, actually, your builds are pretty awesome. Oh, thank you, Ren. I actually went and looked for, I wanted to watch some KSP the other night. I went looking for KSP, and, I couldn't find anything that I really wanted to watch these days. Matt Lown is out there. I think that's how you'd say it, right? Lown. Matt Lown is out there, and it looks like he's doing some interesting things, but they were all very headline grabby, you know, they're YouTube videos, so it's like, we're gonna do this, and I just wanted to see somebody playing Kerbal who was doing interesting but normalish things, not like, I'm gonna do something crazy. And I couldn't find anything in the, you know, what YouTube returns for you, because they're all like either wild things or, you know, Scott wasn't in the list that much. Scott Manley wasn't actually in the list that much, but it was, you know, tutorials, and, you know, it was either the basics or it was somebody doing something crazy or something that I want to do in future, and I don't want to watch your video and then, you know, steal your ideas. I want to come up with my own ideas. So it was very unsatisfying looking through the YouTube content for Kerbal Space Program the other night. On Twitch, try Rocketology. Maybe I should look for a live stream instead. That's a good idea. Rocketology, you say? That is the most pencil spacecraft ever. You like it? I like it. There you go. So there's those two lights that we wanted to put on, and I'm pretty sure they're in the right position, throwing in the right direction, because the big thing's there, yes. Alright, so that is our payload for reals. Now, here's the thing that I also thought about during the live stream break, which is, what if we used the tow truck the way that it was meant to be used for the first and only time on this mission? There's a tow truck out at the moon base, and it was meant to build the moon base. We were going to use the tow truck to push every chunk that we had to take out to the station individually. We were going to deliver it specifically to orbit, get it stable in an orbit, and then deorbit the lifting stage, and then the moon truck was going to come back, and it had enough fuel. It was designed to have enough fuel to return and then be refueled. Actually, we were going to refuel it by bringing up the fuel, but just not an extra engine. That was the whole plan at that time. What if this was the first mission where we kind of did that, where I take the fuel from the space station, load up the tow truck, fly it back to Kerbin, we decelerate by aerobraking, and with a little bit of our own liquid fuel to get the right orbit, and then we come and we pick this thing up and use it as the transfer stage. That's how the tow truck was meant to be used, but it always had a problem. There was always an issue. I think we finally worked them all out, but we were done building the station by the time we worked them all out. What is that? That's just your flag back there. I thought there was a piece penetrating. Yeah. What if we actually tried to do that? Now, there's two ways that we could do that. We could either send up the excess of liquid fuel, which was the plan before, and in that way would be, we would be only siphoning off of the space station the, like, 500 meters per second of delta V we need to return, and hopefully that would be enough to, like, get us proper, like, an orbit, so that the tow truck could come and grab this guy once he's done aerobraking. Or we could fill the tow truck up to the brim with whatever's in the space station, fly it all back, get the stable orbit, grab him, and push him up using what's, already in space, the liquid fuel that's already in space. Do we lift the liquid fuel and then transfer it to the tow truck and save the fuel that's on the space station for later, or do we use the fuel that's already in space to move the thing that we're putting in space? What do you guys think? Since when is there a moon base? What did I miss? The moon, the orbital station is what I meant. Pi. Ren Phoenix, I think you would like some of the stuff VAOS has on his YouTube channel. Well, if only I had a pencil and a piece of paper right here. Veos, and then Dramacian said Rocketology on Twitch. Rocketology, and that's on Twitch. And that's YouTube. I'm using my GPU so much your audio cuts out from time to time when I tab off you. I can also put it on your Discord. I'm still on it. Okay, yeah, link me, and especially if you've got like a good entry point video, if you think something that would interest me in particular, if you've got any ideas, link me a video on the Discord, which, for anyone who's interested, is Discord. Maybe a small tank on top of the tow truck. What are you talking about, Dramacian? Because the tow truck is... It's gonna push this whole thing. It's got way too much space for liquid fuel to push a 7-ton load. We were set up to push a 10-ton load when it's full. We either bring the fuel up with us but without an engine, or we use the fuel that's already up at the space station. That's all I'm asking. I'll tell you what I'll do while waiting for y'all to consider that is in the sub-assembly, if I go grab the tow truck, this is probably not the right tow truck because we had so many different fucking versions of it. But nuggets. Yeah. We can at least put this here and then have an idea of how much liquid fuel we'd want to bring with us. So it's just this tank with 720 meters per second. Or no, 720 liquid fuel on it. So that's how much fuel we'd want to bring if we wanted to fill the tow truck up completely. And why not if we were going to lift it? But we wouldn't have to lift any of the other shit. along with this craft. We could rip everything else off of here. Would be the premise. In fact, I could do that, and then all of that would stay down here. You'd be there. You'd want a little fairing there, wouldn't you? Yeah, I guess I'd want a little fairing there. I hate putting on a big old fairing just for that little space like that. Damn it, Discord. I gotta go into the settings and turn that off. But thank you, Ren Phoenix. I just got notified that you did the thing. Yeah, alright. Little fairing there. Fuck. Little fucking fairing. But it's a big fairing, and it's a weighty fairing, because it's gotta be that size. And then, just to cover over that little thing so we don't have fucked up aerodynamics as we're coming up. Wouldn't need this. Wouldn't need these. Wouldn't need you. So that would be all the fuel that would take to fuel the tow truck if we pull the fuel up. And since I'm already doing it, what's our load that we have to push now? 16.31 tons. All that needs to be pushed to space. What this would need is a docking port, because we can't transfer fuel across things that aren't across a claw. So I'd have 2 docking ports for the symmetry, and then you could dock to that. The tow truck could dock to that. It's also got a small docking port on it, if I remember. Love you, Pawn. That's why I've been one of your bottom tier patrons for years. It's duration more than size. If you can go long enough, then it's just as good. You eventually get there. Just wear me down. So that would be what we would want to push up, and then when it's done, it would deorbit itself. Yeah. So basically we'd want to say just don't drain anything from up there, and then we'd build a lifter stage underneath this. Now, in terms of building a lifter stage, let's just look at our sub-assemblies. The OB lifter stage 2 versus the OB lifter stage 1. I think the lifter stage 1 was designed to bring up the heavier thing? Does it look like that to you? It looks like that to me. Yeah, and this is heavy. So, if I attached you to there, and then ripped, all this off, basically. Yeah? Yeah. 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 In fact, all we really need from this is you and you. And you're a duplicate of that, so I can make that from that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, yeah. And then I got rid of... Oh, yeah, that's right. No, everything has to come off from there. And then it would be these guys. And my docking ports are in the place where I'd usually have... Well, but we found better success with this. By going up with our fuel tanks so they cut through the wind as opposed to creating surface lift by having them flatten to the wind. So maybe that's the better idea. And then you, sir, we had 4 of you on the last craft. And we will build in that direction again. So you... If I could see where I'm putting them, that would be cool. That would be so cool. Oh, I didn't grab that. That's why it's not working correctly. Nope. Missed the angle. Missed the attachment point. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. So that's what we had before, the last time that we went to make this. And let's take the struts off and we'll worry about strutting it back up later. You also take the struts off, we'll worry about strutting it up later. So that's how we brought this up last time, or well, we brought something like this up. That was a little bit heavier. How does that actually work out for us if we're Delta V'd, sea level at Kerbin? These 4 are all firing at once with not enough TWR, and they are not thrust limited at all. So that's only 557 plus 2,411 with a TWR of 1.32 at sea level. Like, the liquid fuel stage is actually kind of okay. You'd be down there, these would break off, then that. Yeah, but we just need more of this. Which is going to be solved with your mom. With just bigger SRBs would be the idea there. So instead of thumpers, do kickbacks. If I just put you guys on here, just snapping, you're not actually attaching to with a snap, but that's because I've got you on the docking port. I understand. Docking port is there, and then if I yanked everything else off, because I want to know what these two would do on their own. So we don't fire all of those together, it would be you two. 1.15 TWR off the pad with 880 meters per second. And then decouple when we get to there. And then your... No, that's the wrong decouple. Oh, right, because you guys aren't breaking off anymore. If I were to enable staging on you, then I could actually use... I don't plan to, but I could actually use you. And you. What have I done? What have I done? Incidentally, let's make this the root part of the craft. Okay. Like that. Maybe... No, I think you've spun around. I think you're the wrong way. Like that. Okay. So, what is going on here? You guys firing, you claim 390 meters per second. And then you'd break off, but that's... it can't be. Alright, let's not confuse the game by attaching these to docking ports, because the game can't deal with it. Can't be that. So give me coupling. I just so easily confuse this game, you know? It's shocking how excellent I am at making Kerbal go... Apparently. And not in the good way, either. I know how that sounds, but no, the other way. So we fire you guys off at the same time as you do that, and then you would break off here. These don't need to be on, like, staged anymore. Disable staging. And that broke all of the other staging because this game is so well designed. So, wait. You're not... Disable... No. Disable the staging. And then what the fuck are you? No, you're supposed to... You would be somewhere else. Don't fuck with me, game. So that's back up to 879 meters per second with not quite enough TWR off the pad and not quite enough delta V, to which we could add one of these. If, well, a pair of these. If we could find a place to pair a pair of these. I do have an idea. We put it right underneath the ship with radial decouplers. A pair of radial decouplers. Yeah. Which would involve first a radial attachment point for stability, like that, two of you guys, and then, no, wrong, put you back on, then you, like so, the top off, take you off, get rid of that, put you two down here, and then you guys would fire at the same time as this, 941 meters per second, with a TWR of 1.5. It gets the numbers more or less where they need to be. Put the biggest SRBs on, instead of fucking around with all this. You know? I'm not opposed to that, because I don't like how this looks. Alright, let's try going up to the massive Pollux. Pull you off. You on. Pollux, way too much delta V on them. 1,527 meters per second at delta V. We could then, like, choose to just burn them less. Less solid fuel, down to 1180, and then thrust limit them as needed to get them to a 1.3-ish kind of a liftoff, which works out pretty well for me, something like that. Fucking big, massive fucking boosters, yeah! Yeah. And then you'd want to be lower, so that you'd kick off in the right direction. In fact, if I'm going to use these, I should use the bigger decouplers. But I don't want to cover over my ports. Yeah, I'll just relocate the docking ports to here. Still two of them? Still two of them. And then use the bigger decoupler. Coupling. BU, hydraulic manifold. Put you guys on those. And again, explain to the game that usually the clamps would be at the bottom, the SRBs would fire first, and then you'd break the SRBs off. It's usually what would happen, game, just in case you were curious about how the world... I know you're not familiar with rocket science because you're a game about rocket science, but, you know, now you know. Knowing is half the battle. So these would want to be below their center of mass when they get shoved off. Just a wee bit will do us. And then the whole thing would come up a bit more, like so. And, or we could do the Separatrons for a lower profile. Ooh, that'd be, this is going to make it look cool. So if I'm attached there, and then we strut it up high somehow, somewhere, maybe just straight to up there. Yeah, that's a good idea, Pawn. I like that. So then, you are just down here with the other engines, like that. Let's put some nose cones on it. That is not a big enough nose cone. We're gonna need a bigger cone. That is too big of a nose cone. We're gonna need a smaller cone. Is that too big of a nose cone? It's the perfect size nose cone, Pawn. I agree. I agree. Alright, over here, back to the engines, let's find the Separatrons. And then we can do a straight up Separatron system, y'all. Like that. No, you ain't right. Your boy ain't right. Like that. Maybe I should put these on like this. Because of drag issues and shit in this game.
The two penises shall raise this rocket.
I didn't say it. So yeah, and these Separatrons would fire as you do the decouplers down there. I wonder if that's even enough to move these sons of bitches, you know, pulling them up like that. I mean, the fact that they're being pulled up from that side would mean that they would want to strip. They'd want to... But not having them on the angle where they'd be most effective. Let's make sure, let's not fuck around. Let's make sure that they're going to be most effective by putting them on the angle instead. Put them here. Is that correct? That is correct. Don't burn off my docking port when you do that. Just in case that's an issue. Just in case that's a thing that could happen. But then the fairing. Alright, put it up toward the tip then. Just put it up toward the tip. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Or it will destroy those docking ports as we go. There's always an issue, isn't there? There's always an issue. But then we would strut these up toward the top. So, give me some struts. That's structural U. From the tip. That's not... Nope. U. Right up to here. And then, yeah. Because snapping isn't a thing. It doesn't matter, this isn't going to be around, but god damn it, that's ugly. I wish someone would have designed this game. There you go. Yep. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Don't get crazy, pawns. It's got a little bit of strutting at the tip. To hold that together, these guys would need some tip strut action. I just don't want to attach it to anything that's going to, like, be here. You know? Which I guess means another weird, really long strut connection. On the inside of you. All the way up. to, again, something that we end up throwing away. Will you not? What be your problem? You definitely have clearance, but I've broken the game. Maybe it's just too far. There might be a limit on how far you can have a single strut connect to something else. Try it one more time. Yeah, it won't do it past here. Like up to there. That's the last part that it will acknowledge me being able to attach it to. Alright, well, I don't know where you're gonna strut then. What if we made the whole thing come up, you guys included? Well, no, not that, but you. Lowered you back down. Okay. How do you feel about me now? Maybe if I strut from here down. Hey! She'll do it now. Wings? She needs wings? Like fins? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I always apologize, but I'm sorry. Absolute. I mean, if the game's not gonna be bothered, I am. I am gonna be bothered. It's just a simple strut pawn, doesn't need to look good. Yeah, well, yes it does. My program, yes it does. Wow. Yes. The mushrooms, the giant mushrooms of lore. I mean, they're depending on the scale and stuff, they're very long, but they're kind of thin. I don't know. Wings. Yeah, here is a concern with this craft, is the lack of, like, control authority from the tip. We don't have any reaction wheels except for down here and the center of mass. Our reaction wheels are right on the center of mass. So it's not going to be very effective from the tip or elsewhere. These will have good vectoring there. I wonder if we should do what I did that other time. It worked. It ended up working. What I done diddled was, I created a flat surface area. Do I even need the flat surface area? I created a flat surface area by going into structural, use a tube, put you on, and then off of that tube in that structural area, we attach some we attach some fins, rather. And the fins by mass are gonna be is the ones that you want to use, pawn. And I did like 4 of them from the tip with snapping. Something like that. Something like that is what I did. Yeah, and I don't care how it looks with the damn things anymore. And that will give us some control authority, at least while we're in the, aerodynamically, while we're going up for that. Hate to say it, pawn, but I can tell in advance this isn't going to fly well. This may help. Maybe also, just the solution to my issue with, like, we don't have any SAS at those places. Well, what if you just put some fucking SAS in those places? Put a little SAS at the tip. Here it's Lamau, it looks like 3 dicks. Okay, we're gonna have to... That's gonna be abused. That's gonna be abused. Discord... And it knows when I'm live streaming. Streamer mode is enabled. Stay safe, friend. It still puts these fucking messages out on here? What's streamer mode good for then, huh? Overlay, enabling game overlay. Nope. No, sir. Thank you. Alright. But yeah, actually, and then these can come down a little bit more and they can actually look good. Yeah, you're very cheeky, Jim. You're very cheeky. Yeah, that looks better. It's a weird sort of a thing that I've done here. Also, we have, it's costing us a lot of Delta V to lift all that stuff, and it's all just going to be thrown out. but fuck, if it gets it up. I'd kind of prefer to not bring the SAS module, but I will. I will. It's a bit overkill, maybe. Or it's underkill, we'll find out. So you drop those two as you fire up these. And what are these? Sorry? Yes, the Separatrons as well. Those strip it off, and then everything that happens above there. Good. 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 And then we can link up to this part when we're up. And we will have people inside of here, which need to be named after the people who actually stayed around in chat for the long, tedious part of the live stream. Suckers. You guys do not need to be, for fuck's sake, disable staging. Disable stage. I swear they enable together. I'm going to do this right now. Enable staging. Boom. Now disable staging. And what are you? What are you? You're up there. Okay, no, they do... Alright, I swear to God I didn't enable them individually. Maybe I do. Maybe I did have to do it. Whatever. It's fine. So once we're in space, the fairings, all the fairings would burst off, yes. And we could drop that tip. Although we might want to hang on to that tip for the SAS. No, once we're in space, we are done with all that shit. We'll hang on to it. I'll make a separate stage for that. Yep. And then you as well. I don't want to throw those away before I'm ready, because this is a craft that, you know, usually we have a transfer stage, but we don't have a transfer stage on here. So this has to deliver itself completely to orbit. You might be looking at these numbers and going, well, how are you going to do that? Because you're real close to not getting there, and then there's aerodynamics and drag and not flying the craft well. And my answer to that is more solid fuel. 1278 plus 2370, and this is, by the way, readings from sea level exclusively. So if it were 1278, once we get up to 1278, at altitude of, these are going to push us to probably 12 kilometers at least, because they're big and they will last. They might take us to 14. I'll say 12 anyway. At altitude of 12, we've got 2,515 meters per second. So if we start out with 1,300, because it's going to be somewhere between the sea level and altitude, because it gets better as we go. So if it's between those 2 points, and actually the thrust limiting on you at sea level needs to come up, so we're carrying more load here. I'd like to be like a 1.34. That'll be good. So 1278 to start. Let's say 1,300 from there, plus 2,500 from there. We're talking about 3,800 delta V, and we only need 3,400 to get to orbit. So this should work. Should. Now, the issue of deorbiting the liquid fuel lifter stage, because once it's detached from us, it ain't gonna do nothing. You know, there's no probe on these to like fly themselves down. But if we try and dip them into Atmo, I guess we keep them until the tow truck comes up, and then we use the tow truck to dip ourselves down into atmosphere just enough, drop these guys off so that I'll delete them later because they won't ever actually disappear, but they would have come down on their own, and then we turn it back around, reacquire our orbit, and then push ourselves to the place and the guys and the stuff. The tow truck, this makes this more complicated, because the tow truck would have to grab the back of him, push him to where these are going to descend, we drop those off, then we push ourselves back into a stable orbit. Then we move the tow truck over, link up to be able to transfer fuel. Yeah, link up to be able to transfer fuel, transfer the fuel off of this stage onto the tow truck. Then we'd have to, like, grab it again, push it retrograde, drop this off, because this isn't supposed to come, then grab it and then push it back up. That's not going to work. That's not, it's too much work. It's just not a viable way of doing everything that needs to happen here. Shitballs. Set of Separatrons to deorbit. Yeah. And this. And this. I wonder how those Separatrons are going to, like, handle. I mean, we can put a lot of them on there if we need them. Give me sea level again, just so I don't get confused. Sea level. Drop that down. So, Separatrons to deorbit these. C, like so. We want you pushing backwards, because you'll be on your prograde when we release you. So I'll have you there. Oh! Okay. That's what I wanted, but not what I expected. And there. And now you've done it the way I expected. Okay, so mirror. It won't do mirror now. It did it over there, and then it won't do it over here. You fucking well-designed game, you. Oh, you well-designed game. So do that again. Now they're one each on that side. This is what I was expecting to have to do. And then one each on this side. And those Separatrons would have to fire when are they firing off? You're firing down here. You would fire when we release these. So Sepratron here. Sepratron here. It's all 4 of those when we drop these off. I hope it's enough to move them. They'll be empty, but it's still, you know, 2 big old engines as you're pushing out of orbit as well. We'll make sure we're very, very low. Very, very low. And then it'll definitely happen. And then, additionally, once we bring the tow truck back, he links up to these. These aren't here anymore. Drains the fuel off. It would be way more convenient if these did the same thing. If this deorbited itself as well. Because this will detach from that docking port right there. So 2 of these, like so. Except for you, will be... In fact, I might stage this. Enable staging on you. And then that would be this, at the same time as these 2 Separatrons, in order to get rid of that when we're done with it. And then that one on top is for the top. It's for that. Which I guess we'll keep around. And then I'll just have to remember to throw it off before we leave. How are we going to deorbit you? Maybe we do drop that on the way, like after we're already up. Because otherwise it's even more Separatrons. And look at how... I don't know. It just seems excessive. Once we're in space but don't have our orbit yet, I'm going to lose that, and I'm going to just rely on the SAS that's in here and those. Yeah. So that will pop with the fairings. Fairings go along with you. Throw all that off. And these aren't going to throw off because there's not like a lot of violent force behind them. But that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think we just might have, like, solved it all. I think it might be ready. But the Delta V again. So now we're showing at sea level 1272 and 2343. The 1272, we're going to say again, let's just assume 1300. And then at altitude 1300 plus 2486, we're still looking at just a little bit under 3800 meters per second of Delta V. So take some off, take some off, take some off. You know, maybe that 3800 is 3500, and that's in orbit. That's in orbit with an extra 100 Delta V. And I hate to put any more into the SRB stage because it's just going to be going so long, it's going to get us going really fast. I hate to do that. TWR of 1.34, 1272. We might just have a craft here, people. Save it. This might be ready to launch. What? Why is there a flag just hanging out there? Wait, why is there a flag just hanging out there? No? He's in there. I don't know why there was a flag just hanging out in space. Alright. You have 2 SRBs at the bottom. Yes. What do you mean? Maybe a set of Separatrons to deorbit. So, we drop these as we fire our big SRBs. Then we peel the SRBs off with the Separatrons as we decouple them from down there. Then... You know what I really don't feel good about is these Separatrons being able to... Hold on. What? Force percent. So just release. Kick off ever so slightly. And then these will peel it off. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and say that these guys should be at the top. Yeah. Like that. Absolute. It worries me a little bit. And then absolute for you as well. No, you were local. Now you're absolute. Yeah, it just worries me that they won't peel off hard enough. Because it's a big thing to peel off. But lower kick force down there, plus these peeling away, they should from either side of us. And make sure those Separatrons are still in the right place. They are. We drop that. We hit the Separatrons. We fire up the liquid fuel. And then once we're in space, we drop the nose cone and all the fairings. Yes. And then... and then these are the Separatrons that fire off when we're ready to throw away our liquid fuel lifter stage. And then... this is the one that peels off the bottom bit and sends it back as well. Gotta come in with a really low orbit for this. So all work. But I think we're good. They're gone now? Something appeared and disappeared oddly? What, in this game? What do you mean? What do you mean? Is there... yes, there is staging to be done. The big ol' sumbitches? As they're colloquially known, toggle those solar panels, but I think that's the only staging on this craft. There's no communications on this or anything like that. The tow truck will handle our communications for us. That's the only thing that needs to be staged. And then in terms of crew, Jebediah, we do need a pilot. Shit, we need a pilot. Because I didn't put anything on here. We're gonna need a pilot. Alright. But I'll tell you what. Tanniny and Jolting Eon. Well, Tanniny and Halius Kerman, they could go up. Somebody could go up. But we've got this craft figured. Save it. Because now what we're gonna do is we're going to choose who in chat gets to become these two Kerbals that we rescued recently. And have not named as of yet. Do you need a pilot, says Dank Dog. I need a pilot, but I don't have a pilot. I don't want to buy a pilot, so I think I'm going to have to send one or the other. Send Jeb or Val. Why choose when you can just name it after me? Me's the Shy Quiche. Ooh, Shy Quiche. I like that name. So, on the roster, show me the available Kerbals, and Halius and Tanniny Kerman are about to get named after somebody else in chat with the random viewer command. We'll select somebody at random, could even be the bot, and that, we're not going to do that if that's the thing. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the winner of this Kerbal is... Jelly Be Good! You have been chosen, Jelly Be Good. And in fact, with a name like that, it's going to be Jelly Be Good. You are a scientist, a female scientist. And I'm not changing it. I could just make you a pilot because I need a pilot. I'm not. No, I got standards for myself. Jelly Be Good, welcome to the program. We've got one more to give away, and that's Tanniny Kerman, who, despite the name, is a male pilot. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the next winner of a Kerbal, then who wants to embody this Kerbal? Insert your soul here. Charlie, go! You have been chosen. Go, Charlie, go. Charlie, go. That's an Asian name, right? Charlie, go. Go. So, what family is it? What's your... There you go. So that's Jolting Eon, Jelly Be Good, and Charlie Go. 3 scientists we've got sitting around here at the Space Center. Why don't we send them up somewhere where they can do some science? For example, the moon. So on the launch pad... Well, I gotta clean up some of this. The Ovum Expansion Mark 1. Jeb keeps getting in like he wants to go. Should I send Jeb and keep Val at home for running missions? We need somebody in the cupola to steer the ship. The cupola can steer the ship. Right? And then we could send up all these scientists, but we need some scientists hanging out at home. Maybe Jolting Eon to get some experience, and you were here first before everyone else. And, I mean, I just go in order. So, Jolting Eon and Jelly Be Good. And then Charlie Go will be here to go out on a mission for us later. We've still got a scientist, a pilot, and an engineer back home, but the ranks are getting thin. You can't use one of the AIs, like ALs? I could put a probe core on it, but I haven't. That's pretty much, that's the long and the short of it. I could, but I haven't. I didn't. I don't want to develop for that, because then it needs electricity. I mean, it's got electricity, it can generate electricity, it doesn't have comms on it. I don't want to, it's a piloted ship. Jeb, I hate sending Jeb. I think I want Vale to go. It's an important, you know, it's a cool mission. And that means I'm sending all ladies. Yes, Jolting Eon, Jelly Be Good, and Val. It's an all-lady... That was probably why what my hesitation was. Putting Jeb on a craft with 2 women stranded in... That never works out. Thank God I saw that coming. You'll get more crew when you rescue someone else. That's true. So... Who? That's it? Put it on the pad? Did I put any launch clamps? You did put launch clamps on it, Pawn. You'll be fine. You can always revert. Unless the game crashed. Hey! Reconnection successful. There we go. We're coming back. We're a-coming back. I didn't, when I stepped up from the chair, I didn't go out and, like, yank on the Ethernet cables or whatever it is you were thinking. I didn't do that. I stepped up to close the blinds, because I got a lot of lights in here, and then the bugs, they see the lights, they want to come in. That's all I did. Apparently closing the blinds was directly connected to my internet. Somehow. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Come on, Carter. Cotter. Come on, Cotter. Come on, Cotter. Quote. No. But you say I'm connected. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? You wouldn't lie to me. It says I'm connected, but I'm not seeing chat. And I can see that I'm connected. Hey! Did he come back? There we go. We got the quote in. The stream crashes. Yes, it crashed at just a perfect moment, didn't it? Yeah, the bugs are starting to come in, so I needed to pull the... I know you now have a badge. You've got a badge. You got a GLHF pledge badge. I don't know what that is, but good luck, hamper farts. What is that? GLHF. Just threw some words together. We've got 3 ladies aboard. Shall we see? I think we wait. I don't want to see what Val can see right now. I want to wait until it's up on the space station and then be surprised by it, is what I want to do. Let's turn the lights on and off a couple of times to make sure we're not wasting electricity. Ah, what a lovely time to launch the craft, and it actually looks very good. I didn't customize it. You know, I didn't go through and change how things looked, any of that. But it's so just white and clean in it, though. I just click a button and I got one. Oh, is that how you do it? Launch the rocket. Is it going... So SAS on, throttle to full. Alright, I guess there's nothing more to do but actually launch the rocket as you say to do. Houston, could I get a countdown?
Pawn, don't put Jeb in that ship. I see you got 2 of the girls in there.
I caught up to it. I was gonna, and then I remembered.
Yeah, you gotta remember, that was a really big lawsuit.
Yeah, I was not the owner of the Space Center at that time.
Yeah, good move selling it off to your mom or whatever.
She's still getting out of debt from that.
Yeah, well, at least I still got a job. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
It launches. It launches. Oh, but the SAS. Look at how hard it had to pull on that pitch. Okay. Okay, we do have a lot of control authority at tip and butt. Well, right now, none at butt. Very little at the butt. But a lot of tip control authority currently. We are going up. That is generally the direction you want to be going during rocketing, I've found. Just my personal opinion. A lot of people disagree with me on that, but I'm sticking to my guns here. 220 meters per second at 4 kilometers and 600 meters per second, more than 600 meters per second, still left in these SRBs. We're going to go high and we're going to go fast. And those are important things when getting to space, but if you do them too quickly, it can be not as good as you would have liked it to be. 400 and some meters per second as we breach 11 kilometers. This is working out okay. Get ready to see if these strip off the way they should with the Separatrons. And... yes! Goodbye to you! Oh, she looks sexy. I need to turn down very quickly now. I'm actually going to turn my engines down just a bit. But we have come super, super high, super fast. Oh, shit! We're still fine. Still fine. No problems here. Go. I said I wanted to get down the ball. Yep. Yep. Just like that. Just like that. There we go. There we go. Just a little, directional correction. Kind of a maneuver. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. So, 52. Look at all the Delta V we still got here. We're fine. We're fine. Just a little bit of a... we were going up too fast. I needed to change direction quickly, so this is how you do it. Nailed it. God, she looks so sexy just because of that big long fairing. I didn't even take the time to try and make her look sexy. I think we still have a chance here. I honestly do. APWAPs of 55 kilometers, 1,400 meters per second in Delta V, left in here. You're not transferring out of there. Nope, I locked that down. That's as it should be. 57 on the APWAPs with 1,300 meters per second of Delta V still remaining. SpaceX does right-angle turns all the time during their missions. How does it work out for them? It looks dope, yeah. It looks dope, all right. Could you just hold your prograde at this point? In fact, don't do that, because you'll just end up fighting me. 64 on the APWAPs, and we still got lots of Delta V remaining. I'm going to nose down even more, because I don't want that APWAPs coming up on us too quick. Like so, like so, like so. 67. Okay. We still got lots of Delta V. So I'm getting us deeper, 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 deeper. Hold that APWAPs down. 71.5, I'm going to stop the engines. We have 393 meters per second Delta V remaining to try and get that last negative 200 or so of periaps back. We will do that after dropping the fairings, and there's a lot of fairing here, so we might get a significant Delta V return on how much fairing there is here. I imagine we'll at least break 400. I'll have 5 from here. I think we might actually still make it, just with a little bit of a, maneuver, as we call them in the business, a little correctional flip. We really only lost like 100 meters per second, not even 100 meters per second on that flip. I was very surprised. But I'm not only willing to fly on a mission like that, I am eager to fly on a mission that comes up with a bit of a mid-air flip. Hang on, gotta go. Just got a notification that Ronan Pawn is streaming. Oh shit. Well, if I don't want to compete with him. His audience is, they enjoy him, I guess. Unlike you guys, bastards. All right, we're coming into space now. Coming into space. Oh, and since we're in space, SAS, point me up a bit. And we're going to ditch the fairings and this nose cone. So now we have less SAS on this craft. And back down toward the prograde. And we're up to 417 meters per second. What did I say? What did I say? We're also getting right up to our apoapsis right now. So, start burning. Burn hard. Okay, burn back down. Down, 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 down. 300 and some meters per second of delta V left. Can we get a parked orbit? That's all we need from you, is a parked orbit of Kerbin, and then the tow truck can come and do its job. Nope, you're in the wrong direction on that pawn. There you go. Nope. A little bit higher. A little bit more then. Periap's coming up. We want this periaps to stay good and low. We got 69.9. There we go. 70.1. That's what we want. We want to be very, very close to the atmosphere, and we have 119 meters per second of delta V remaining in this craft. Beautiful. Beautiful. With a mid-air flip. With a mid-air flip. Alright, so now that we're up here, before the sun goes away completely...
Just some flipping payment.
Look at that. Look at that. 1,000-bit cheer from Little Magnets with a nice flippin' payment. Thanks for the flippin' payment there, Little Magnets. Thanks. Thanks for that. Flippin' payment. 1,000-bit cheer. Ooh, I got things from that. I got emotes. And let me thank you for my Hypermine. What is this from? This is promotional for some game, right? I don't know what it is. Thank you so much, though. Thank you for the 1,000-bit cheer. Yeah, we do have an agreement, don't we? Every time I flip and manage to actually get it into orbit, I get money. I'm gonna do that more often, then. It's good news, Pawn, as you now no longer need to go and burn his local business down? Because I got a hypermine or 1,000 bits, or... I mean, I'm still gonna burn things. That's... Yeah, I'm in therapy, but it hasn't taken yet, so I'm still gonna burn things. I don't know what you're on about, Jim. I'll realize it like 4 hours from now. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I get it. That's perfect. That's exactly what I was talking about at that moment. But right now, because my mind's already on to the next part of the mission. What's the goal of going in space? Well, today's goal of going in space is to move this out to our space station at the moon and disassemble and reassemble it to make it, it's bigger. We're expanding our space station. So big old these, and then this for extra docking ports that are going to be there, and then down here, and we got a mission for that. They're going to pay us for it. Are they going to pay us as much as it costs to launch? I don't know. I can't be bothered to actually look and find out. But we're in a good way. We're in a great way right now. What we need is our tow truck to come back from the moon and join us, and then link up to us and do a whole bunch of things. Yeah? Yeah. I'll tell you what I could do right now, though, is I could try and deorbit these guys. Because even though they've got 119 meters per second of delta V left in them, we can't get at that fuel. We wouldn't have space for it anyway, because we hauled up the fuel that's needed for the tow truck. So, there's no use to keeping them around if the tow truck is able to do its job. And if it can't, then all is lost. So let's try deorbiting these, which I do simply by staging the next stage. The Separatrons there are going to fire, pulling them backwards as we decouple from there, which is going to actually push them off axis, and I needed to do this. Yeah, I can't do it now. I could have limited the amount that they kick. Where we'd want to do that for most efficacy is down by the periaps where we're lowest to Kerbin. So if you warp me to here... There's science to be... There's some EVA science to be had still? Okay. Okay. There's our time warp. You're going to find your prograde again, which I do need you on when I do this little maneuver. I mean, I could literally just, like, fire them up and then hit the decouple button, and they would fly themselves down, but, this is easier. Let's see. Garnew! Hello, Pi. Pi's here. And Garnew's here. Who's Garnew? Hi! What's the goal of life? Life has no goal. Which sounds bleak and depressing and horrible, but that's merely because you haven't realized that you live in a universe where you can do anything. And that's okay, because there is no goal here, so what do you want to do today? Huh? Huh? Pretty cool, when you think about it. Pretty fucking cool. But yeah, you can do anything with this life, and it'll be as valid as anything else that could possibly be done with this life. Right? Right, we're going to try this now. I'm going to try deorbiting these liquid fuel boosters. So F5 from here, and hit the staging button and see what happens. Bye! Bye! Can I switch? I can't switch to them. But if I set you as a target, then I could see what your periapse is, which is 29. Oh, that's actually going down. I think that will destroy itself. I won't have to actually delete it. You know, like, the game will work because it went so low, is my guess there. Could be wrong. But this is the craft we delivered to orbit, and now a tow truck comes from the moon, is the next stage of this. We're going to fly a tow truck back from the space station. It's going to aero brake around Kerbin to try and slow itself down without having to burn a bunch of liquid fuel. Then over here, and something, and then the other, and then Bob's your uncle. It links up with this ship, it transfers this fuel into its belly, and then we grab it from the back with the claw. That's how, yep, we're ready to do that part of the mission. We're ready to do that part of the mission. I keep walking through it in my head because I want to try and figure out whether or not there's a problem that I haven't foreseen, so I keep looking for what's the problem that I haven't thought about yet before I drag a whole craft back from the moon. I mean, the aero braking is going to be tricky. I don't know exactly what we need to do in order to aero brake to the... I don't know how much fuel to give him. There's a lot of problems with it, but it seems to be sound in the theory and sound in the construction. So we'll see. 29, it won't auto-clean it. You will have to switch to and watch their fiery demise. It's 21k? Jesus fucking Christ, this game. But okay, I don't care. I'll just delete it the next time I'm in the tracking station. But that worked out very good. Very, very good. So here's our space station at the moon, looking very nice, all lit up by actually having some sunshine on it for once. The electric charge, though, not being generated much. Can I... which direction would you be to spin? That's what I want. Because our solar panels weren't into the wind there, so I'll just twist it a bit like that. Use some time warp to stabilize it. But here's our tow truck down at the end. In fact, stop doing all of that. Aim camera at the tow truck. This is our tow truck parked up at the end. It currently has in its belly a lot of liquid fuel. Like a lot of liquid fuel. So much that I think I want to put some back, as opposed to take more with us. But I don't know what I should or shouldn't do on this mission. And that being the case, I think I'll just leave it with what it has. Yeah. Because I don't know what we're going to end up with. Like, we're going to aero brake to get home. But how much will we need to get the finer controlled, you know, burns to get us where we need to be? It definitely don't take less. You don't think so? I think it'll be fine, but I'm going to leave it with it just because I've never done this before, and I'd rather have extra than less. Uncock and see how much Delta V you have. I'm going to have a lot of Delta V, but okay, let's find out. I'll F5 so that we can F9 it back without having to redock it. You, sir? Undock. And in this craft, we have... Really? You're not lying? You weren't lying before when you said 1230? 1200... Wait. No, there you are. 2,607 meters per second of Delta V. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I need to drain this to at least a quarter. You know, get it down to 1,300, because it doesn't need 2,600. I wouldn't have needed to... It doesn't need 2,600. And I don't want to steal liquid fuel from the moon that I don't need to have. So F9 me back to there. What's the harm in taking it anyway? That we've taken the fuel away from the space station. That could be in the space station instead. More missions that the space station can do without having to be refueled. That is literally the harm. And I'm willing to trade off to some extent, but... You and you... Go ahead and... Out. If I drain it completely... No, I'll always have a problem with them, like, being perfect. So out, out. And then I'm just going to do the timing based on a beat. Stop, stop. So that's my, how good am I at the beat? F5. And decouple again. And now this vessel has 1,751 meters per second. Still ridiculous amount of liquid fuel for this transfer. I want to get it down to like 1,200 at least. Because, I mean, the whole point of this is we aerobrake around Kerbin to get most of the job done, and then we have to drop our speed down to get our apoapse that's remaining to where it needs to be, and then move to it. But the whole concept here is not to waste tons and tons of fuel. How much liquid fuel is this that I'm carrying? 219. If you guys are for it, then I'll go with it. 800 Delta V, Sister Macian? That's enough encouragement for me to leave a little bit more. Sorry, Gem. Enough encouragement for me to leave a little bit more behind. And we will all, suffer for this later, but this is what I want. So, a little bit more behind you, to you, and you. And then we're going to, out, out. Stop. Stop. Okay. F5. Undock. 1,251 meters per second. That I'm happy with. I'm happy to have 1,200 meters per second. Seems like more than we need, but not excessively more than we need, and I might be completely wrong about what we need. 1,200 seems reasonable. So, yeah. We need to fill up on monoprop, though, too. Fuck. So F9. It does take some Delta V to push fuel you won't use, but not a lot. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. Dragging fuel that we dragged all the way up here, back there, just to drag it back up here. And if we're not completely bone dry, god damn it, Pawn, use the aim camera feature. If we're not completely bone dry by the time we get down there, then some of the fuel that we brought up in that tank is a waste. I shouldn't have had it. I should have at least left a little bit not in the tank of the one that we dragged up, because we're just going to have to throw some of it back down. But yeah, we need to refill on the monoprop. Definitely. So you and you, I think, are my only monoprop containers here. And then give me one of these and out. Go. Fill in these two monoprop. It's a kind of excessive amount of monoprop, but if I put all this 20 on, that's what I'll go with. Because again, it's a ludicrous amount of monoprop, but it is a tow truck. So let's have it be at least half filled on its balls. Its balls are now half filled. Slight discrepancy in the 10.51 and 10.52. What are you going to do? We'll never get it any evener than that. And now, F5, when I undock, our Delta V is 1,228 plus the monoprop that we've got on board. Good. The next supply mission may need to bring mono to the station. I don't want to ever supply the station with fuel from the ground, with fuel from Kerbin, including monoprop. So you can generate monoprop with the fuel, with the drilling and mining, right? Because that would be my goal, would be to never bring fuel to the station from Kerbin again. I'd like to. We'll see what we have to do, but you're right in that we're getting low on monoprop. So now all we need to do is go back to Kerbin. So we've got our orbital position. Flip out like this. Let's toggle the solar panels. Damn it. Don't get out of sequence. Alright. Back into sequence. Just a second. We can make mono. Good. Get these back open for when we're ready. Antennas are completely open. Alright, so the tow truck's ready to go. You are on your orbital retrograde. Are you? No, because you're controlling from the wrong point. You son of a bitch. We'll control from the arm. Tip of the ship. Now you're on your orbital retrograde. And we actually want prograde anyway, you silly pawn. You silly, silly pawn. Watch out on the electric charge. We'll be fine. We're coming into sun hours from now. It'll be great. Once we start warping, it'll switch into the mode that it's supposed to be in. So we want to descend to Kerbin, and that's going to be from about here. We put on like 270 meters per second, if I could recall correctly. Around 270 is what I've put on there. Now I'm going to switch over to the controls that are just slightly behind me. Yeah, you guys can see him well enough. And then we're going to adjust this until we find the best time to leave. Ooh, well, we need less delta V already, so... And I could barely fucking read that, because Kerbal decided that green on blue was a good way to go for representing the... It's 32, though. Bring it up. But let's find out, like, if I leave later, it's worse. If I leave earlier... I think it's getting better, but again, I can't really read the fucking numbers, Kerbal Space Program. I think that's it. Wow, I picked, like, the exact correct point. I'm gonna go with 47,378 on this. We're gonna hit the atmosphere at 47 kilometers. We want it to slow us down, but not grab us completely. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go that deep. That deep. Last time we tried it with a tow truck, an earlier model... 52 kilometers, and it was like so many goes round the planet I couldn't stand it. So I'm gonna go for 47 and hope that this gets more of it done and that we don't, you know, blow things up. So I'm gonna F5 from here because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be stuck. I don't want to be stuck. Warp me to the time when I'm supposed to leave, please. I don't want to be stuck with this decision, so Ronin Pawn, do not F5 until you see how this happens. How this ends up working. Alright, stability assist. Get on the target. Hold the target. This craft is really nice. It's very, very, like, responsive. It's well weighted. The RCS works out. It's just a really good tow truck. I'm very happy with this. Burn time of 22 seconds. We want that half and half either side. We would burn at T-minus 11. To be perfect, but we're going to burn with a little bit of leeway, so I'll start it at like T-minus 14. Yeah. So don't F5 again, pawn. Put a fucking piece of tape on the F5 button, and don't hit that shit again. Oh, I was supposed to leave. Yeah, T-minus 11, that's what I said. Split it half and half. Don't worry about having some extra, it'll be fine. You heard me. You heard me. Even now... And make sure you stay on the target as you do this. Okay, periapsis is coming down. Can't read it still, but you know, what are you gonna do? It's Kerbal Space Program. I went to 37? Okay, actually I went to 37. That's fine, because I've got monoprop. Hold my prograde, and with a little bit of RCS... Back out up to 48. 47. I mean, 48 basically. 47.9. That's 48. So that's our place. Don't fucking F5. I almost F5'd. Ah, it's such a habit. In settings, you can activate better burn times. It will calculate the 50% burn before the node for you. Oh, really? I think that would confuse me. I'm so used to this, I'd start, and then I'd get angry about, god damn it, and it'd be something I did to myself. I'd rather them be fucking me over than me fucking me over. As always. Alright, from here, I just want you to, like, take me all the way there before I accidentally hit the F5 button. I know I could make an extra F5, but I don't want to. Again, having weird standards for myself that they aren't not really they're just what I want to do, and what I don't want to do. So game, auto-warp me all the way out here. We're generating electricity, we've got comms, we've got everything. It adds a third timer. Oh, does it? Like there's another piece of information there? That's good. I would absolutely do that. That's in the settings somewhere? Better burn times. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Ah, damn it. The mosquito, he landed on my beer. I can't smack my beer. It's my beer. It's the only thing that matters to me in this life. I'll get you later, you son of a bitch. Don't F5. Don't F5. Don't F5. Don't F5. All right. F5. No, don't F5. Let's just warp me down. Well, is there anything to be done? Yes. Before you hit, you gotta pull everything in. Pull everything in. 8 and 9. 8 and 9 pulls all that stuff in. Go ahead and get on your retrograde. We don't have an ablator. We've got radiators. We could turn the radiators on. And the radiator's on 0, right? I swear I put you on 0. Action sets. Edit action groups. The radiators aren't on anything? Well, then put them, toggle the radiators. It's all of them, right? Yeah, that's all of them. Okay. You're on 0 now. So we can fire them up if things start to get hot, but they won't. There's radiators that are close by things, so it's probably not useful, and it might drain our electric charge too quickly, and a whole bunch of other things. Houston, mission log, Kerbal date, whatever. Current delta V is 1228 meters per second. We're heading back to Kerbin to pick up the parts for the station. All are excited for the new arrivals. Houston has a big cup of coffee to celebrate. I'm sure Lady Plawn will be glad to hear you hold her in such high regard compared to beer. She knows how I feel about my beer. Shit, I need more beer. Alright. 81. Don't F5. Don't F5. Don't F5. Don't F5. So we don't know how this is going to go. You're holding your retrograde. You are holding your retrograde. This is a probe-controlled vessel, so it will be sucking through the electric charge even when it's not really doing anything, and it's about to start doing something. If we start to get too hot, I'll try the radiators, but I don't think we'll get hot on these because the entire craft will be working as an ablator in terms of at least, like, obfuscation. What do you call that? The wind will be hitting here, the plasma, and it will be burning off there. So none of this should get hot, which means the radiators really shouldn't be of any use to us. But if this starts to overheat, I'll turn the radiators on to see if it helps. But here we go. Here we go. Starting to get some plasma generation now. And how are we doing on the AppWaps? We can actually watch over here, the AppWaps, at 9.4 as it falls, but in this particular circumstance, I'd like to see it moving. 8.8, 8.7 already. I imagine that it will take us 2 or 3 wraparounds at least, even at like the, an ideal periapsis, and we're starting to overheat on that engine. Let's see how close it gets. I'm not going to fire up any radiators until, or unless, the overheat actually gets somewhere where it's dangerous to the engine. But the engine is working very good as an ablator right now. I can also fire up the engine in order to slow us down in an emergency, but that's why I'm not F5ing, because if this doesn't work out, then we just have to dive a little bit higher. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be fine. We've already hit our periapsis and we're coming back up, so we're not going to get any hotter than that. That was fine. What did we do on the AppWapsis? We cut it in more than half so far and was still deep in the atmosphere with the AppWapsis falling. But the energy that it takes to drop the AppWaps from way out there to down here is a lot less than it takes to drop the AppWaps from here to down here. So it will take us a few go-rounds. I wonder if I might go up to the AppWaps when we come out here next time and hit it at 45. What if? Used a little bit of RCS to hit it at 45 and see how we do. Especially since we're going slower now, thanks to what we burned off with that first one. Guy called Pi says, nah, and I say, yeah. But we're fine. That did not overheat us, did not need the radiators. The radiators are just kind of there. They look good. Target your station part ship. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's the probe. And that's the ovum expansion. Set you as my target. When we come back around, we'll be that far apart. I don't think I'm going to be able to worry about that really until we're down. Or at least until this AppWaps is very, very low, and then I'll start considering it. But we need more low on the AppWaps, and I am going to do it. I'm going to dive lower. I'm going to dive lower this time. So, take me up to the AppWaps. Warp me to there. Wait. Solar panels. Solar panels and comms. Redeploy. Thank you. Thank you. Now out to the AppWaps. Aiming for 45 is too proactive and therefore probably too aggressive. Well, that's... Women are a strange beast, Jim. What are you doing, Pawn? Well, I'm gonna hit some RCS here on our retrograde. Yeah, because we want to drop it down a little bit, so we're at 47. I'm gonna monoprop. A low 45, in fact. Low 45. If this works out perfectly, I'll be chuffed. And you know what? That worked. F5 from here. F5 from here. I'm ready to F5 again. And then over here, warp me back to about to enter atmosphere. Well, not about, because I do have to close up our everything again. To batten the hatches. That's why I'd like to figure out how I can do this the most efficient way possible in case we do it again in future. It was built for this purpose. So let's get a little bit closer to the atmosphere before I do batten those hatches, so that we're not draining electricity before we do hit the atmo. Alright. Batten my hatches. Thank you. Worst thing that could happen is you need a new tow truck. No! I don't want that to happen, though. But that is the worst thing that could happen. I don't want that to happen. Go ahead and hit the atmosphere. And this time, 4 times Fizz Warp. We were fine last time. We're at 45k this time, though, Pawn. AppWaps, set that up again. She's descending, she's descending, she's descending. I'll go down to 2 times Fizz Warp across this. Good afternoon, Pawn. Hello, the zombies on the boss. Running Point, you can now edit action groups while flying, so you could set a number key up to toggle all the things. I just did that. At least with the radiators, I put them on. But I do have them... Oh, you mean one button to hit them. I can do that. 8-9. That's what I do every time. But yeah, I can't remember who it was that told me that first, that there was the ability to do action groups, but it's very handy, very helpful. 45 is what we burned down to. We've already gone past it. We already hit that periapse and came back up, apparently. And how's our AppWaps looking? 1.3. Go ahead and give me 4 times Fizz Warp to get me to the other side of this. I'm wondering what I do now. Because I have no previous experience to help me, like, make the decision of what I do. 8-9. Redeploy. We're going to go back up to that AppWaps, and then I'm going to make a decision. Raising it, or leaving it as it is. So, bring me up to the AppWaps. I had a headache all day. Finally grab a beer. Headache is gone. I might have a good problem. Sounds like a good problem to me. Oh, no. We're fine. We're fine. I'm just looking at the comms there, and it's telling me that, yeah, limited probe control. Yeah, because I'm warping, and the probe is in hibernation mode. It's no big deal. Yeah. I think we raise it now. So we're on our retrograde. Gonna raise this back up with a little bit of monoprop. Because I don't want to get captured, you know? I don't want to get captured. 50k? We'll do 50k. A low 50k, though. A 50052 kind of a thing. An F5 from here in case this goes horribly wrong. And then, no. You're fine. Take me back down to the places where, you know, there's atmosphere and things. And as we go, we'll watch. Because this game can occasionally be pretty. God, I love this little tow truck. It's so mechanical and overbuilt. But it has done so much for us. And the poodle, having the poodle on here, huge help. Oh shit, didn't mean for the RCS to be on. F2, turn the RCS off. Make sure our periapse is still mostly what it is. It's 50052, yeah, we're fine. So we're not quite ready to batten those hatches. Hello, Raikou. Hello and welcome to me not getting this craft. Aero braking is what we're doing. 8-9, batten the hatches, bring everything back in. Thank you very much. Not getting this craft destroyed. We want to get it as low as possible and have all of our 961 meters per second for just waste, basically. Just waste. Okay, back into the atmosphere. We go again. Retrograde. Hold. Yes, all of the things. Go ahead and fizz warp me ×4. And we can watch over here what's happening on the apoapse. And we can, watch out here what's happening on the apoapse. 1.1 million and descending. Our periapse is still ahead. Boy, we are not dropping a lot at 49k. I'm going to drop to 1 times fizz warp in the hopes that it processing more frames, it'll do the math better and get us more. But I think 49 or 50k was kind of have some balls. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that is what it looks like. Yeah, we didn't get much out of that, and we're going slow. I mean, I could start burning now myself, but I want to keep experimenting. So 50k did almost jack all for us. I think I'll put it back down to 45. 45 and see. We've only got 600k to scrub on. Yeah. We got... Yeah. Doesn't look super complicated for a craft, to be honest. It's just a stubby little rocket thing. Yeah, I know. And it's just like, it's so functional, it's so useful, it just does its job. Just do another round with no correction burns. We only dropped, we started at just over 1 million, right? So we dropped like 250. And each time it takes more energy to actually make it happen. Dropped like 400? Is that right? If we start at 1.1, then I guess that would be right. I'm gonna a little bit deeper into the atmosphere, but you've persuaded me to not be aggressive. Redeploy all of the things. Thank you. And bring me back out to the apoapse. About there. 48. I'm gonna go for a low 48. That's so low it's a 47, but yeah, a 47.9 kind of a thing. Get some experience doing this. I just want to, you know, figure it out, so if I do it again, I will have to spend less time doing this kind of a thing. Because it is just sort of a waste of my effort and energy, isn't it? So what are we doing? The retrograde we want... Drop you down to a 47.8. Alright, 47.932. Okay? From there. F5 one more time, and this is it. Or not. I don't know what's gonna happen. But from here, warp me back down to atmosphere, if you don't mind. This is fun, to be honest. You think so? Playing with the numbers, trying to figure out... God damn it, I forgot about the RCS again. Did I put... Yeah, I got RCS off now. Apoapse 772.208. Don't want to F5 from here. Watch the craft, get us down to where we're about to hit atmosphere, then batten the hatches again. Pull in the solar panel and the communications dishes. Pull them in. And then hit the atmosphere. And go up to 4 times fizz warp. And we've got the apoapsis over there, you keep saying. And we've got it out here. 760. Already coming up on the periaps at 4 times fizz warp. But the periaps is also falling. 47.4, which means it's pushing ahead of us. 500k. We've got lots of delta V in here. If I had to turn around and blow prograde a little bit to make sure that we come out, that'd be fine too. $53 still. So we got a good amount of time that this is going to continue sucking down on the apoapsis. It's not bad. That's not bad. That's pretty good arrow braking. Next time I will be more aggressive, though. We started out at 45? Is that what we started out on the first pass? And I would just stay with 45 longer. Or no, we didn't start out at 45. We went 45 after like 48 was high. I'd start at 45, do 3 passes, and see where we stand, probably. Just dropped another 400k. Okay. I'm gonna say that this is good. And we will do the rest of it ourselves. So, yeah. Back over here. Unbatten the hatches. Thank you. Are we in? Yeah, 4 times fizz warp. Okay. Unbatten those hatches. And then up to the apoaps. And we're going to get a circularization. You could burn him radial in after you go through the Atmo one more time. It's probably a better way to do this, but I'm going to do it this way. Oh, there's the... Yep. So prograde me. And burn the periapsis up. How much delta V that this costs to get the periapsis up? 70. Boom. Ooh. Ooh. We're going to be very close. When we come in, this just worked out. This just kind of worked out there, didn't it? Hells yeah. Hells yeah. Just because I'm curious. If I were to add a maneuver. Yeah, this is just a really good spot. Go for intercept. Basically, yeah. You are go for... So, down to the periaps, and we're just gonna something in the other, and the thing of the guys, the stuff. He'll be behind me, so I need to be slower than him, which means I'll leave the apoaps a bit high. Yeah. How much delta V is this gonna take? Let's find out before we have to do it. Focus on the maneuver node. Okay, this is about it. 81 for 190. That's cheap. That is cheap. Oh shit. What happened? How did I click out of it with my mouse? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, but 190. That's good. That's very, very good. This is what the interceptor was built for, to tug and to intercept. Sorry. Quit tugging my interception. It's a 14-second burn. I'm F5ing. We're going to it. Why are you not generating any power? Why are you losing power exclusively right now? You dumbass fucking game. As soon as I unpaused, it showed that I had the power that it was lying to me about. You fuck. Where are you? You're over here. Take me to the fucking node. Jesus Christ. Fucking mighty. Alright, so for a 14-second burn, either side 7.5, we'll leave at 10. To have some room for me to fuck up. And get us... I will just be so happy when I have pilots and probes that can just hold target. But I think we're still a ways away from that, aren't we? Because, the ability to hold target for a probe... Does a probe even do a hold target ever? We don't have radials and normals yet. Do you get it all at once, or... I don't remember. I don't know. Go ahead and warp me up to... I said T-minus 10. Whoa, okay. Burn. Watch my relap waps, please. We're going to leave it high at an 80 for now, and I'm going to drop this maneuver node, and then we're going to see what happens on the next rotation. Add a maneuver. We're that much closer after the next rotation, and after the next one, we're that much closer. So, if I were to, currently, could I make that better from here and still see what it's going to do, or once you've got it up, am I already fucked? Distance... I could barely fucking read this shit. Oh, game. There you go. Intersect, 12.8. I don't know which way to burn. Fuck it. Just. If I put it here... Yeah. Come to there. Yeah, bring me to here. F5 and bring me to there. Fly-by-wire nose cone gives it to any craft with one on it. Will you... Okay. Gives what to who with what? I'm sorry, now I'm focused on things that I don't know what the hell's happening. So we're much closer now, and if at the periaps I do another little burn, did you just move me an extra rotation or something? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Paul. Just clicked off it, click it again, and then over here, small adjustments. We burn retrograde. Until we're hitting it. That'll be fine right there. That'll be fine right there for 2.2 meters per second. F5 and take me to that node. Burn time of nothing. Good. I like nothing. As a matter of fact, RCS off. We'll use the RCS to do this burn, since it's nothing for the liquid fuel. So get me over to here. Bring me up to about the place where I want to fire it. Back on the target. RCS H. Quit being silly, pawn. Alright, drop it. And our very real encounter is now 0.7 kilometers. That's what we're looking for. F5 me. And bring me around to just before we get there. Alright, where is the target in space in reference to us? Ah, it's coming up from behind. Wow, 35.7 meter per second difference in our speeds. That is a lot. That is quite a lot. But our retrograde is with its retrograde. Prograde is on its prograde. Okay. So then the maneuvers that I'm going to want to pull are going to be on the retrograde. And it's going to be like this. Pushing our retrograde to its retrograde so that we come in where we want to. Wow, push harder. Push harder, faster. More speed, because you're coming up on it pretty fast there, Mr. Chekhov. Push, 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 push. There we go. Now we're coming in on her. Captain. Boom. Straight at her. Now I can get right on my retrograde. F5 from here. And just before we slam into it, you know, we'll stop. That would be the plan, generally speaking. Don't slam into it. 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 Don't. Oh, God! Also don't want to blow it with our exhaust. Blow it with our exhaust. But we don't want to blow on it with our exhaust and get it spinning and pushing away from us and weird things happening and whatnot, so... Okay. Now, where we actually want to be going is over here, but there's nothing to target. Actually, no. First, we want to hook up to that. We want to take all your fuel. Set that as the target. Let's say control from here. Let's say aim the camera here. Let's say don't hit the fucking space station, so move quickly, pawn. Locked camera, please, so that I know what's what. Well, if that's where we're controlling from, then wouldn't this be the angle that I'd be looking at? Yeah. Okay. So, just to confirm that my controls are what they should be, yes. Coming in nice. Holy! Didn't realize I was that close. Oh! No, 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 no. N. How do you want to do this? Well, from over here, I guess. I've already picked which node we're going to be attached to. CS off. Nope. Wrong way. Spin like so. Gonna have to close this solar panel, as we always do when we're playing with this guy. Nope, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Do need to rotate a bit like that. Oh, we're miles from him. Good. Good, good, good. What do you mean I'm getting further from it? You don't know. I guess I'm floating backwards. There you go. I'm still aimed you? No, I'm not. Fucking game. We're gonna do this. We're gonna push in. Am I in fine controls? Now I am. I just switched to fine controls. F5. Pawn's craft have many tips. Yeah. Yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah. RCS off. And we have made a connection. We have docked. Which can sound dirty if you say it the way that I just did. But it's not. Don't you mean FIFA and microphone review and tutorial controls? What? Ronan, I would like to get into Kerbal, but I find it too complicated. Any tips? Pawnscraft have many tips. Tips for overcoming these complications, and I wish I did. I wish I did. God, I'd hate to be the millionth person to make a fucking Kerbal Space Program how-to video, but at the same time, I feel like probably no one has ever done it well. Scott Manley, probably too many videos you'd have to watch in order to get up to it, but just like a how-to fucking get started in this game kind of a thing, and what are your main things to concern yourself with. Scott Manley all the way. Yet watching videos that explain it is one way to go, and it's kind of the only way to go, really, because the game doesn't explain itself, and the things that you need to know is, solid fueled, liquid fuel, TWR, Delta V. Systems weren't even in the game until after 1.0. They didn't even tell you what your Delta V or TWR was on the craft. Some dude with good animation skills could explain orbiting in a 50-second video clip just fine. Scott goes on too long, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. And gets into a lot of, interesting historical shit. And it's like, I just came here to figure out how to play this game. I mean, the interesting historical shit is interesting. But if you're just there to learn how to play the game. We have docked, and we have come for your fuel and your women. So, we'll start with your fuel. Undo. In. Yes. Yes, give me all of your fuel. Excellent. They said they were working on a new way to teach the game in KSP 2. Posted some stuff from KSP 2 tutorials. I would be careful leaning on tutorials. What I want to see them do is design a game. And use the game to teach the game. You know, how, like, when a generation of people who, a lot of whom had never played any game before, sat down for the first time in front of a Nintendo with a controller, 2 buttons and a pad and all that kind of stuff, and played the first game they ever played, which was, like, Mario. You start on the level, and it's like, there's nothing happening, so you either have to go, you press all the buttons, and you'll find out that, oh, this one makes me go right and left. I'll try going left, can't go left, so you go right. Like, there is a way, through designing a game, that you can tutorialize without, like, having a... You imagine starting up Mario, and it's like, press the right button in order to go right. Press B to jump. You know, shit like that. You don't need to do that. There are places where things get complicated and difficult, where you're gonna need to explain it, but so much can be done that they don't even make a fucking effort to in Kerbal Space Program in terms of tutorializing just by playing the game. Telling people what to do by giving them starter missions that insinuate, by giving them just the right pieces that they need in order to do it. You can do all of that. And then have like a strong base tutorial that just happens by playing the game that can be supplemented by external things. But KSP, you know my feelings on this topic. You know my feelings on this topic. We linked up, we docked, we transferred the fuel, F5 from here. This all goes away, and then we actually grab him with the claw from his ass end in order to become his engine, in order to push him to the moon with our, what is currently 1,999 meters per second of Delta V. We're delivering extra fuel to the moon here too, people. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, step 1 of this is another live stream break. Another live stream break, because when we come back, all the interesting things start. As we decouple, we just drop that in, we push him to the moon, we get to the moon, and then we start breaking the thing apart and putting it all into places. One more live stream break, and one more section of this live stream to assemble this craft, and we will be done. That's what I'm gonna say. 6.5 hours we've been going? Yeah, one more live stream break. One more. How's the GPU in this position? Good. Good. It's holding out. So, one more live stream break, 7 minutes to step away, grab a drink, grab a snack. Lady Pawn is making some food that is making me so hungry right now. I can't believe I'm going to do another live. This is a bad decision. I should just stop and go eat whatever she's making. Or maybe she didn't make any of it for me, and then she'd be like, oh, no, you should keep live. We'll be back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere except to get food, and me some too. Pawn not out.
Do you know the secrets of making friends? They are so simple and easy. Well, that looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out.
Summer's here, but just for a while. The night arrives, now I can smile. Just a little bit, speak up a little bit. It's past my bedtime, a season ago. Just a little bit, put out a little bit. When the birds and the insects put on a show. Give up a little bit. As the heat goes up.
Find good things in people.
As the fire gets hot all around the
Tell them the good things.
Summer's here to start, but it's not too late.
Smile and talk to people. That's the first thing.
To feel the need to pollinate.
All day, things have been going better for Joe. Still smiling and talking to people, finding good things about people and telling them about the good things. Going home isn't going to be lonely this time.
When the morning comes and no one's around, the sun struts in blinding, but without a sound. My friends and I laugh as we sit in the dark and watch the hills blossom near Central Park. The cares go down as the fire gets hot all around the town. Summer's here to start, but it's not too late to feel the need to pollinate.
Mother thinks that's a good idea.
It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to pollinate. It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to go.
name ain't Nike, but yeah, I rock. You know why? Cause I don't give a fuck. That's why it doesn't matter whether I'm cool or not. Just a taste of the word gives me the gut rock. It's not pop, so just stop like a blood clot. Cause we're here to blow up like we came from a rock. Electronica embezzled by hip hop. Here to kick ass until the heart stops. Hipsters put on their cool shades, and thrifters keep the money they've been paid. And drifters have nothing to say but buying lifters. Don't give a damn what they say.
Wait, undeceivable, shit's unbelievable. You never ever guessed you'd hear this mix, it's inconceivable. Ouch, too hot, baby, back out of the kitchen. This is glitchy love at wonderful, so daddy put your bitch. I'm a poisonous affliction with a fireball addiction. Man, it burns like hell and tastes like heaven. You say bold, bitchin'. Now I got you campus itching. This is music for your children. If you never heard the cue before, you don't know what you're missing. Hey!
Everybody dancing, dog. Yell on that X. I'm a sentinel, standing tall. No time to stand still. Please don't meander, dog. They're throwing jazz at me to challenge my rap savvy. I sway like Callaway. I'm ahead, you'll never catch me. Ain't worry about it unless I spit Christmas gifts. My crew lighting up trees. You a screw to this. Menage a Quad, the name of my team supreme. They biting now, so I'm tossing out teeth and rings. You said you wanted bling, flossing ain't what you mean. You got baby teeth, though. They pulling wisdom from me. Get neutered. Respect the shooter of medulla. Give an inch, I'll take 5,280 rulers. Royalty around me and mine, we all sires. Words in Paris, we hot, that's French fire.
Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to Twitch.tv. I was bumping to it, I accidentally hit the stop it button instead of the turn it down button. Welcome back to a Kerbal live stream. I don't get to listen to that part of the Menage a Quad song by why was it playing that? Oh, I started out with the other one. Yeah, I don't get Menage a Quad's Lose the Box. I don't get to listen to that usually because I tend to start off on that one and then come back. That's good. I like that part. There's only one person in the middle of the quad, not in the middle, but the third in the quad, who's, you know, it's old school rap, not my thing. It's very, you know, very sort of laid back, like really laid back. It's not my thing, but, you know, it's somebody's thing. But damn, that is a damn good song. Spitting some... Anyway, I can't say... It just doesn't come out of my mouth, right? Sounds like old school rap. The third part does. The fourth part, that was good. Second part, first part, I really like the first part. The female vocalist is good. I don't wanna, you know, poo-poo anybody's style in that, you know, band, because it's really good shit. Really liked it. But where are we? We're in orbit of Kerbin, as you can barely see, and we've got the tow truck back from the moon. I would say that only really cost me like 400 meters per second to do all that. 270 to get back down here. I don't think it cost us more than 100 and some to get the orbit that we wanted after the aero braking operation. That is going to be such an efficient little craft, this tow truck, for being able to do transfers and stuff. I mean, if I'm bringing something big up, it's equipped to move it, and it's very cheap to do so. That's going to be really, really good, especially once we start manufacturing our own fuel out on Minmus, which is where I want to go with this next. But for right now, right here, we're going to push all this out to the space station, tear it all apart, put it all back together, assemble it on the space station, and hopefully I didn't there were no oversights. I didn't overlook something crucial. Right here, right now, what needs to happen is we F5, and then we decouple, undock. Whoa, that was a big push. That was a way bigger than I expected. Maybe because of the SAS wasn't on or something? Damn, that was a big push. I don't know which direction is Ansel and Doris. You just keep floating away. No, I don't want you to keep float. What? There we go. Like this. And then if that's up, then to stop us... H? H. Yeah. Stop us from floating away quite as quickly as we are currently. I still want you away for a moment, but I do want you to wait here. I want you to remain at the rear end. So you wait there, and then this craft, the next stage is we get rid of this fuel tank, and we throw it off. And in order to do that, we're going to want to be on our prograde so that it fires off on our retrograde, and you are probably in our way for just turning. I'm going to give it a try anyway. F5. Turn to your prograde. Fuck. Nope, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. It found its prograde. Yep. Yep, we good. Okay, so next step is when I hit the next decoupling button. That we've already done. We've already done you. So next decoupling button is this. Should rip off. Aim the camera. This section, in fact, aim it here. Should rip off, and then the Separatrons should take it away from us. F5 and go. Alright, you redid that stage. I've already done that one, though. Do it again. I'm going to set him as the target just to see how much that did. So he's here, we're all here, and he doesn't even have a periapse anymore. He's going to slam into... He's actually going to probably come down once he hits atmosphere and everything. He's going to destroy part of the Space Center. Perfect. Perfect. Excellent. So now, we position the tow truck perfectly on the ass end of this, without really anything to target either, in particular. Well, the target's at the center of mass, so it should be okay. Yeah, RCS off, and we can't control because, yeah, so give me locked camera mode, control from here, aim camera at that part, thank you, and spin us to win us. Where are we? He's so maneuverable. Where's the space station? It's down here. Alright, so I want to be heading generally over there-ish. Little RCS. Don't actually need to use the RCS for this. Could do it with engines. There you go. Burn a little bit of the fuel to get us over there. More efficient. More efficient to burn fuel. Over toward you. And then... yeah, a little bit and more. We do want to be coming up, you know, behind him, though, when we get there. Give me some time warp to get her done. And then from here, RCS off. We flip around. Ooh, we do have something to target. We put a docking port on there. Because that's how it gets put together. That's perfect. That is perfect, is what that is. Something like that. And then I will actually use the engines. Good. Now I'll use RCS. RCS off. We're going to come in too early, so I'll slow us down. Using fine controls right now, which is what I want. We have a very perfect sort of still deal going on here. No. I wanted just a little bit of twist, I think. We want to grab this absolutely, positively how we want to grab it. Don't hit it yet, because I'm not there. I'm not ready for you. Don't run away either. That looks perfect. Still looks perfect. Just trust the ball at this point. Maybe just a little bit like that. Hit the engines. Got him. Got him. From the dead ass center. In the most literal way, because that's his ass, and it's not living. It's a piece of technology, so it doesn't live particularly. Perfect grab. F5 from there, and we go into the moon next, presuming that we can do this without shaking everything apart when we go to change our prograde and whatnot. Go ahead and give me like free cam. You know I like that free cam. It's looking very stable, actually. Looking very stable. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Look at that, too. Look at that shot. Damn, that's pretty. Alright, but Lady Pawn is making food, and it's making me hungry, and I smelled it, and I guessed the friggin' ingredients and stuff. That's how hungry I am. My brain's like, I know what the food is. Give me food. I want food. Bubblegum and candy. The moon. No. Go back to us, but set it as our target. Your pilot can fly it now. Did we bring a pilot? We did bring a pilot. Is she not... What's going on? Oh, shit, our periaps is... It barely dipped in. We'll be fine. But... yeah. No, we'll be fine. At this height, it's not even going to make a difference. Right? Eat on stream, do it, says a guy called. But no, she made a beautiful meal. I'm not going to do that. I'm not even going to worry about it. We're just going to let it pass through as we set up the maneuver node. Not even going to worry about it. That's how goddamn confident I am. Add a maneuver back here for the next time we come around. Add 800 and something on there. What do you mean? We don't have enough fuel. You're wrong, is what you are. Yeah. That's just wrong. Look at all the Delta V it's reporting to us right now. It doesn't know shit. Hopefully. We hope it doesn't know shit, anyway. 860 something? Is it 60 or 50 something? Why can't I remember? I think it's 50 something. I think it's like 56-ish, 55, somewhere around there. And then over here, I will start finding the place where it's best to leave. Later? Later indeed. And then the periaps, moon periaps, hold that up for me as I do all of these things. Wow, later indeed. Set it up way back. Ah, and we're going back up. So around there, and then put a little bit more prograde on it. The mouse, I'm just using scroll wheel on this particular, on the prograde that's just next to my finger there in order to get it there. And then if we went forward by one more, when you add prograde, it will change the best time to leave. So you add a little bit of prograde, and then if you go forward another tick, it's probably, you know, it could change in your benefit to do it that way. So ding, 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 ding. And then if I left a little bit later, see that? It's getting better. So that's close enough for us. We're not going to be that perfect when we actually burn it, but that's where that's supposed to be. And for us, our periaps is 69.8, and even the solar panels still fine. You know, at this height, there's barely any atmosphere. Barely any atmosphere whatsoever. So I didn't even, that's how confident I was. I just left them open. Who cares? Our app-waps, barely moving at all. Hello, Anus Lord. What? It's a Noose Lord. Hi, Pi. Okay, it's Anus Lord. Whatever you want to be called. A Noose Lord. Welcome. We're just doing a really, really cool thing, like we always do around here. F5, let's hope that that's wrong. There's so many bugs in this, it's gotta be wrong. We're pushing a lighter load than we would have had on the that's gotta be wrong. I mean, this could be wrong too. They both gotta be wrong. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking... Like, this one's gotta be more right than that one. Or not. I'm not sure. But I just don't... I refuse to believe it. Go ahead and take me up. Alright, don't worry about that. I'll do it myself with the 4x fizz warp anyway to get back out of the atmosphere. The claw issue. The issue of the claw? That it just doesn't know how to calculate correctly? It's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. This we know what the load of this is. It's not that much. You know, we built this thing to be able to push, like, 10 tons. This is 7 or something like that. So, it should be fine. It's gotta be fine. Telling us you didn't bring enough fuel. I did bring enough fuel. The game is telling you that. The game is wrong, as it very frequently is. F5 me. And do I need to raise that? No, we'll be at 70 when we leave. That's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead, bring me around. To the side we want to be on. Call me whatever you want. It's okay with me. Okay. I'm gonna go with a noose lord. Jim will keep the anus thing going, probably. But we are moving all this stuff out to the space station in order to expand it because we have a contract, a mission that is behind chat, and you won't be able to read it, but I can read it to you. And it is to basically make it so that there's 16 Kerbals can be on there, and it's got to have a cupola module, and that's the only thing that we really need to add, but we're also bringing with us some great big old gigantor solar panels and a little bit more electricity and some other cool things. But I can't think about right now because we got a burn time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. This is a long-ass burn. We need to start at 1.5 for the 3, and then 10, so 140. 140 if we wanted to do it, you know, perfectly, which won't happen. So we'll do it at 145. Get me onto my target. This could be bad, actually. Yeah, you know what? That is going to be bad. I'm going to have to burn, because we're going to dip into the atmosphere now, aren't we? Let's see what happens. I'll F5 from here. I said it what did I say? 3 minutes and 20. Burning at 140. Yeah, I was late. But our periaps, it's going down because we're burning in. But again, it's going to be so little. But the poodle, it should be fine. There's almost no atmosphere up here. The poodle should deal with this. Yes, we're pushing through the atmosphere, but it shouldn't be problematic. 69.6. Coming up on it very quickly. We're in atmosphere right now. Do I have the full power? I don't. Okay, well, there's a thing. Shit. We're better off just staying with this thrust-limited thing than trying to correct it now. Like, we've committed to the burn. I'll commit to the burn. Yeah, I was wondering because the sound wasn't loud enough. The sound was not loud enough. And look at how much Delta V we've got left in comparison to when it says we're going to run out of fuel. It doesn't know shit about Shinola. Neither Shinola nor shit do it know. Come on. Trying to get you back on that retro, or that target position there. Okay. So our periaps got down to 69.2, and we're past it. We'll be fine, even with the friggin' solar panels out. Long burn that didn't need to be a long burn. And hey, what do you know? It's starting to figure out that, yeah, you actually do have enough fuel. Oh, there we go. Now we have enough fuel. Happy fucking day. I do so many, like, weird things with the engines and throttling them down. It's so hard for me to remember that, oh, you better check your fucking throttle on your engine first. But once we're committed, is what I'm saying. Apwap's going up and out toward the moon now. If I can get the ship... It is a bit hard to steer and control. And it is fighting on the SAS against not being perfectly grabbed, even though I perfectly grabbed it with the claw. It's not perfectly grabbed. So I'm trying to like overshoot it in the direction where it's dragging. Where it's pushing off to. It's no big deal. We'll still get to the moon. Just it'll take a lot longer than it needed to with a good poodle on the back of it like this. I could fizz warp through it, but I just don't feel confident in the game's ability to do that. Shockingly. Shockingly, I don't have complete confidence in Kerbal Space Program. Who would have guessed? Who could have possibly guessed? I'm going to try one more adjustment to get us on target. That was a good adjustment. And now all we'll have to focus on is watching our periaps at the moon come down to around 14K is when we'd like to hit it. It's where we'd like to leave it. Because that's where the space station is, and that's where we're going. And I will hit the throttle correctly next time. Whoa! Okay. A little bit too far. Slightly too far. Get me on your prograde. We can fix that. With a little bit of RCS. We'll drop the fake one. Keep pushing. How much monoprop is this going to cost me? There we go. Okay. Not much. Not much. No. Put it back up. There you go. 14-kilometer periapsis at the moon. Now, in order to make this happen correctly and quickly, first let's check and see how we're coming in at the moon. We kept it very, very equatorial. We don't need to do a correction. We could do a correction, but we don't need it. Because we're pretty damn equatorial. So I'm going to skip it and make that correction once we're up here. We've got the delta V for it. So yeah, warp me all the way to there-ish. And while you're doing that, I will add a maneuver and start figuring out how long the burn's going to be after I adjust our everything. And also we want to see where we want to set this dude as our target. That's us, by the way, coming in right now. Set this dude as our target and see where he's going to be when we get here. For the change of SOI. Stop. Whoa! RCS off! So that's our projected apoaps. Where's our target? The space station. She's over here. Set you as the target. And we're going to come in at a truly awful time for this. So if I leave this very, very anything, I'll leave it very, very high. So, nope, the other way. Unless, yeah, we're at either end of the moon when we do it that way. So just leave it very, very high. And then it can catch up to us. If after that yeah, and then there. Yep, that's what I want to happen. Because our encounter is going to be here. He'll be here when we're there, and then we can make another adjustment while we're down at our periaps. That's perfect. I just guessed correctly. That's all that happened there, though. So F5 from here. Warp me up to however close that I... Alright, we're already there. We're already there. Burn time of 40 seconds. That is if this were not like that. Now it's a burn time of 10 seconds. Warp me up. You could have warped this faster, Pawn, yourself. Alright, so this is going to be a retrograde burn, though. Get us over there. Hello, moon. Don't we look sexy? coming in at that there moon. So 10-second burn, T-5 either side. Do it at T-7 if I can actually do that correctly for the first time today. Coming up on this burn. Are you just going to burn pure retrograde? Yeah, I'm just going to burn pure retrograde. T-9, 8, 7. Burn full. And where did we want to leave it again? 143. Okay. Whoa! Stop. Oh, 141. I did very good on that. So there we go. That's what we want. Now, when we go around one more time, we'll be very close to him, and then we'll make another adjustment. So you can now warp me to there. See that? Him coming in like that? Beautiful. Beautiful. F5 again. And then from our periaps this time, we will burn retrograde. And we still want to have like a difference between us. Where's my... So this is the fake apoaps. Still want a difference between us. In fact, we want that difference between us right there because these nodes have just linked up very, very nicely between them. So something like that. If I do it over here, more control, finer control. 5.2, and that's probably due to inclination because I chose not to adjust because I'm lazy. But that's perfect. Take me to that maneuver node. Oh, we're already there. We need to do it now. Shit. Well, I've missed it. Target? No. Orbital... No, I haven't missed it. Yeah, I've missed it. Where's the fucking target then for this? Where am I supposed to burn? You keep... There you go! Oh, it's because we hadn't gone around once yet? What is happening? Exactly. 55.7 meters... You're killing me, game. You're prograde. And then we just want to drop the apoaps down to 20. Right. That's all you needed to say, bitch. Okay, close enough. Close her down. Not quite close enough, but now I can do the rest of it. Separation is 6.5, sorry. No. Separation is 6.5. If I keep burning, we're going back up. So if I RCS us... There you go. 3 kilometers difference between us when we get there. Yeah. F5 me and take me to here. And from now on, we're going to target him directly. Just going to be listening to the sweet, succulent voice of Pawn. Good night, Noose Lord. Sweet dreams. What are we doing? What are we doing? Stop following things and chasing them. Give me your target. And where is your target? Let's look on the map to get an idea. It's below us toward the moon. Yes. Yes, indeed. Our prograde's still on his prograde. Pretty good. Gonna aim us over here in order to pull our prograde toward his. Boom, headed straight for him. Get on my retrograde. Snoo. Subscribe for 20 months. That was a quick month, was it? Maybe they had you do it again. You know, maybe it didn't take the first time. That'd be good for me. Thank you so much, Snoo, for the continued subscription. 20 months worth of subscription. That's a lot of big dicks. And at least a few clubs. Alright, F5 and bring us in. Give me some warp. Oh yeah, we coming in fast now. Give me the ability to control it myself without you fighting me. Because we are coming in fast now. And now we're not. That's a big, powerful engine you just fired, Pawn. Isn't it, though? Isn't it, though? So which way are we going on this thing? I don't know. It's a lot of stuff. I think you just want to park next to the station, actually. Mr. Ronan, Mr. Pawn. Coming straight dead at it. And then get on your retrograde, and you can stop yourself just before you hit the damn thing. F5. A little warp to get us closer. This is a very tall ship, Pawn, so don't trust that it's telling you you're 70-some meters away. Double check that. Whoa. Okay. I think we're pushing away from him now, but we're very, very close to him. And I think this is where we want to be for the assembly stage. Haven't really thought about it, but it seems to make some sense to me. And how much fuel do we have left? 245 units of liquid fuel we got to bring here. Excellent. Excellent. We brought back Delta V for what we took. Well, no. It was the round trip. Didn't we leave with 1,200 and we're back with 947, so we didn't spend much of what we took. Yeah. We can look at it like that. So, step one would be what? Well, the space station's gonna have to break apart, is part of what's gonna have to happen here. I'll tell you what I could do. Boy, this is going to be actually a tricky assembly. There's a lot of considerations for this assembly. The place that we're currently grabbing you is the place that you want to attach to. So I have to flip you around to grab and push from there. If I broke you off, this actually attaches in the middle to the end of that. And it doesn't have any docking ports of the size that it could be pushed around by Spermy. Spermy could attach to you if you broke off, but then Spermy's going to have so much weight to push, he's going to be really hard to actually use to push you in if he's pushing all of that in. Spermy could grab this tip off and push it over there, but for that, I would want the tow truck on the other side to be able to, like, catch this after it drifts away. I think maybe that's the easiest place to start. If I let that drift away a bit, and this has to detach anyway. Damn, that's a lot of work. Damn, wait. If I put the whole thing, if I attach this to that, and then I flip it. I release it, Spermy comes out. Well, no, we could grab it from here, flip it over, and then put it back. Then this would be in the right place. Oh my god, this is a huge project, people. This is a huge project. Because I have to disassemble and reassemble everything. Holy spooples. Just rotate the station instead of maneuvering around it. That is a good idea, and that will help things. Turn the lights on. Ooh. Ooh. Oh yeah, the tow truck's got purple lights on it, so it's throwing out some really cool things across there. You're still drifting in. I don't really want that right now. This is a huge project, though. This is a start out the next live stream on this kind of a project. I'm sorry, but the food smells good, and this is massive. There's so many things to be considered in which part to take off first and what's easiest to do, and how do I get these, you know, I'm going to be like finger cuffing them with the tow truck and Spermy, and that is not a do it right now kind of a thing. And that being the case, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do right now. What are you gonna do right now? I'm gonna park all this up off this one small docking port over here. I'm gonna try anyway. That's my plan. So you Oh, jeez. No, no, no. Give me... Yeah, locked. Thank you. And then we're gonna control from here. I'm gonna end up aiming the camera there as well. That's gotta be the wrong way, so I just gotta spin around, like so, in order to know what we're doing. Holy. And then I can twist us. SAS off, just float until I tell you to stop floating. SAS on, F. Yeah. I'm gonna park this up for today, and we'll see if it doesn't just rip the space station apart to do this. So... I'm putting you back down to a thrust limiter of something small. Give me some speed headed in this direction. My god. The craft that's extending the space station is longer than the space station itself. No, it's the same length. Or a bit longer. It's very close, is what it is. Give me some time warp, because we're going to have to go past you and turn around. If I were to turn around here now... Fuck me! See that whipping itself around in space outside the place that you live, and try not and shit yourself. And those big cranes in New York. Oh, doesn't that look fucking awesome? Damn. Damn. The moon for a ceiling, the space station looking like it's in one of those rare situations where it like looks like it should be in that position. Solar panels staring at the sun. Ah. Yeah. The RCS is going to be interesting in controlling this craft because we're doing it all from back here, so it'll probably fight itself. Ooh, controlling from there means that my monoprop is not quite on the right lines. Control from here instead. But I never stopped aiming from there? Good. Control from there instead, and then I can get the right lines. So we're not wasting monoprop on this maneuver. So we want you to be like that. And then my monoprop will be firing on the lines where it does the best work. Right? Yes, because it's from there. Excellent. Like that. We want to target this. My god, this craft is just huge. So, maybe even for this right now, no fine controls. It's just burning through the monoprop. Because it's fighting itself when I'm not using fine controls. We got a movie up here, where you're supposed to be. It's looking like you're going to want to be nosed down a bit. Like maybe wings level with the horizon. I said level with the horizon. Listen to me. There you go. RCS. We're going to use up too much RCS doing this. RCS off. And burn me. So that I'm going toward the space station ever so slowly and ever so gently. Because my god, is this a maneuver and a half we're trying to pull. When we're ready to attach it, I want to make sure that that we spin it to the left so that these are straight up and down in line with the fuel. Yes. Okay. We need to be drifting up there. RCS off. Thank you. And in fact, we need to be going above it. Like that. F5. Distance to target. A lot. Go ahead and warp me. Okay, RCS off. Try and get us aligned. It's looking good. Getting closer to where we want to be. Let's do this. F5 and warp a bit. Still getting close to it. That's not a bad thing right now, Pawn. That is not a bad thing right now. Alright, hang on. You know what I should probably do on this? Bring these in. Now. The SAS is, creating a bit of wobble, move, and then I'm coming back and stuff. Still going the correct direction? Once the wobble is sorted out? Nope. I'm gonna go back to fine controls. Because it disturbs the SAS significantly less. Boy, I'd love to have a prograde. There we go. Doesn't look like 20 meters from here to here, does it? But they're different. I'm not controlling from that point. Rotate 45 degrees, I know. I'm just trying to get it stable before I try and do anything. Okay. Now, RCS off. Twist. Uh-oh. What's happening? I didn't bump it or anything. No, it's just the SAS pulling on your pawn. Okay. This is not where this is supposed to go in the end anyway. I don't know why I'm just now realizing you don't need this to be perfectly aligned. It's just parked. You silly boy. We are way too high. RCS off. It's stable. It did not rip itself apart. Ah. And now the great Sword of Damocles laser is ready to be pointed at Kerbin, and I may hold everyone hostage with it. Excellent. It's a long boy. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. F5 me from here. Oh, beautiful. Fucking beautiful, though. And there's no harm in it, is there? Were I to hit the 8 button. Might pull in all the solar panels first. There you go. I mean, this part could be out here, I suppose. It's not designed to be out here. But it could be. It's got just enough clearance. Clearance. Wow. Electric charge is absolutely, positively full, is what it is. Show the inside lounge. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, what we'd like to see, can I do this from here? Can I be like, transfer crew, aim camera? No. Who's the crew that's in there? It's Valentina. That's who you sent up, you silly. Valentina, where you at? There she is. Let's see her view. Ready to go aboard? Oh, and it's upside down. Shit. Who wants to get in? Who's ready to get in there? Huh? Who's first? The cool thing about this, though, when it's in position, is that it will also give you a nice view of any parked up craft. If there were like big craft where the docking ports are, it would theoretically give you a nice place to sit and be able to look out these windows. Oh yeah, that's first aboard who's coming aboard. It's not wobbly. What do you mean? What do you mean it's wobbly? I didn't see any wobble. There ain't no wobble. See? It's fine. It's always been that way. It's upside down. It's upside fucking down. Well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It does seem to have twisted itself, too, a bit. Am I wrong there? Maybe it's just because I'm looking at it. It's got a weird camera. Yeah, the camera lens effect that's going on here is it's strong with this one. There's the interior. Ah, a bit upside down in the view. Damn. But that's fine. It's a space center. The idea of what is and is not up is subject to interpretation. The other thing is that, you know, if there were gravity, you'd want to be walking on the thing that's on the ceiling, then you'd duck down underneath this. I mean, you wouldn't want to have to step over that. That's definitely an OSHA violation. So it had to be like this, because otherwise the control panel would have been, see? I was thinking, that wasn't a mistake. That was how it was always meant to be. That's going to have to be it for the day, ladies and gentlemen, because assembling this is going to be a big task, and I'm hungry, and there's food. So, yeah, we will come back to this on the next Kerbal stream, and we will assemble this. It'll take us an hour, hour and a half, and get it all together, and in fact, wait a second. All this stuff is here right now. Did we complete the contract? Boom! We have expanded Station the Ovum around the moon. We don't even, let's just throw it out. Who gives a shit? We completed the contract. Fuck it, let's go home. We've completed the contract, and does that mean that if I go back to the Space Center, does it mean, friends, that we have enough money to buy the next R&D center upgrade? Because we're going to have to buy R&D tier 70 in order to like get into the equipment that I have. We have 1.49 million Kerbucks, and it's going to cost me 1.69 million Kerbucks. We need another 200,000 Kerbucks to complete this mission. And you know where we missed out? We could have made some damn Kerbucks. I forgot we got a little contract for getting space for data, science data from space around Kerbin. We probably got something in orbit of Kerbin I can do that with whenever I want to. But that's what we're going to do next time on the live stream. We've got to focus on making the money. We put the space station together, get the money together, buy ourselves into R&D, and then the thousands of science that I said was going to be at the beginning of it, we'll have it because the research center will be done with it. Once the space station is all assembled, I will time warp the month that's left, if there's still a month left, by the time we get up there. But that's going to be me calling it the end of a live stream because, damn, that broccoli casserole is smelling good from where I'm sitting. For I am the Ronin Born. And yes, 7.5 hours worth of live stream, 2 minor internet outages, 3 casseroles apparently, partridge in a pear tree, a moon mission. God, the first half of this live stream was so, like, haunching, wasn't it? That's a good one. I'm going to be watching this tonight because, you know, nobody else is worth watching except for me, so I watch myself for entertainment. Great, I join as soon as he leaves. Sorry, Sai. Check out the VOD, because it's a good one, especially at the beginning. I'm going to go watch it. You watch it with me. I'll see you next time. Pawn out! And damn it, thank you to everyone who didn't get caught in that credit screen, because there were a lot of people who followed, subbed, and donated and stuff, but 2 internet outages, so it reset all that data. Damn you, Comcast. All to hell.